down, come take a seat. Bearded Squires live, ain't that a treat? Lore and laughter, games and art, a grand adventure's about to start. Through fantasy worlds with creatures untold, steampunk machines and horrors of old, mechs on the march, cities of steel. So grab some snacks and enjoy the feels. Big band, big laughs, welcome to the show. Stay while the vibes are super mellow. Art and gaming tales unfold. Join the chat, help make it big and bold. Big laughs, welcome to the show. Stay while the vibes are super mellow. Art and gaming tales unfold. Join the chat, help make it big and bold. We've got Nomish saltness and airships in the sky, epic mech battle shooting, aliens in the eye, sci-fi builders and medieval plight, or fighting beasts with all our might. Silly voices trying comedic flair. Maybe Friday I'll eat a chili burger for a dare. Magic, madness, games galore. You ain't seen a stream like this before. Big laughs, welcome to the show. Stay a while, the vibes are super mellow. Art and gaming tales unfold. Join the chat, help make it big and bold.
Morning. Morning, morning. Oh, look at the adverts. Yeah, stop. Stop. We don't need all of you now. Now we can go. What I want. What do I want? I want something. I want something fresh. I want something new. I want like DMCA free country. That's what I want. DMCA free country. That would be fantastic. That's what would get me working today. But we're gonna go with something else, which will probably be some kind of synth, because that's generally the way these things go. Back in the 80s, the Game Boys loaded up. Here we go. Oh yeah, Max, Yana, good morning to you both. Morning, morning. Today is Friday, though for some weird reason, I woke up this morning without a doubt in my mind that it was Wednesday. I was absolutely certain it was Wednesday. I needed to go and do a food shop in like a couple of hours from when I woke up. And even when I kind of like stopped and went, no, it's Friday. It's Friday. There was still, it's like the two halves of my brain just went, nah, we're not agreeing today. It's like I had half of my brain going, no, it's really Wednesday. We need to start getting ready for going for the food shop. And the other half of my brain going, what are you doing? It's Friday. And and they weren't really arguing. These two sides of my brain, like they weren't arguing with each other. Just one side was like, it's Wednesday. The other side was like, it's Friday. And so I've had loads of this morning where I have to keep stopping and going, no, I need to go and get ready to stream. And another part of me is like every now and then stopping going, wait, do I need to go and see if we need to get milk this week? What am I? Very weird. Very, very weird. It's very, very strange. But yeah, I'm kind of getting in the right frame of mind now. I'm pretty certain because we've started stream, my brain's kind of like, no, it's definitely a streaming day. But there's still part of me going, We need more beans. Maybe we need more beans when we go. Yeah. Tesco brainwashing. All those Italian dressings and neuro conditioning you. I mean, I don't have the Italian dressings, Max. So, are we implying that the Italian dressings actually have some kind of psychic potential? Is that what we're saying? They're just sending out brainwaves somehow. Whatever is in those Italian dressings, because we don't know. Because apparently it's not Italian. They're directly connected to the war. Yeah. Oh man, I should turn that into a short story. Narrate it and put it on YouTube, and it'll be about me having a trip to Tesco, walking past the Italian dressing, somehow getting the thought in my brain that I should buy the Italian dressing, take it home, and then once it's home, I just started getting random like voices in my head, and by the end of it, what we'll find out is that I'm actually in the Warhammer 40k universe, just I'm in the second millennium, and a warp entity has manifested it's using the Italian dressing as some kind of a demon host, like a really low level. Before demon hosts, were in humans, before humans were being used as demon hosts, Italian dressing was used as a demon host. That's what we should do, and we'll narrate it very seriously. I'll narrate it incredibly seriously. So no one knows that it's an absolute, and we'll just take the entire story incredibly seriously. And yeah, so the Italian dressing demon host is yeah. I was actually thinking last night, and I was thinking about it this morning. I was thinking about narrating some short stories and putting them on YouTube just to see how they fare, because I've been seeing quite a few. I'm seeing quite a few AI narrated stories on YouTube, and I'll be completely honest with you, I'll listen to them as well. Like, there's a couple of channels at the moment which are like flooding out like zombie stories, and they're not great stuff. I'm not going to try and make out that they're masterpiece stories, but because I love zombie stuff, like, it's perfectly entertaining when I'm just like walking around the house and I don't entirely need to fully listen, so I don't necessarily feel like I'm wasting a good story, because I'll just walk around the house and I'll vaguely listen to like a zombie story, but they're generally narrated by AI, because these guys are trying to churn them out. And I was just thinking about maybe just narrating some shorter stories and just seeing if that has any traction, with it just not being an AI. Though I did have the thing was, I then had a dream. I had a dream about, and this is how ridiculous it is, I had a dream about having to make a YouTube short confirming that I wasn't an AI voice. Just like there's so much AI stuff on YouTube that everyone just takes all these little narrated shorts and just decides, and just they're going, oh, get rid of the AI voice. And then I had to put out a YouTube short going, hi, not actually an AI. There you go. But yeah, in terms of like the short stories, like I have a few bits and bobs, but I was thinking about maybe getting like, like old school, like getting like ghost stories and stuff, like the kind of ghost stories that you'd tell when you were about 10 and you were at a sleepover. And because I remember loads of those stories. In fact, funny enough, we were actually talking about those on Rook's stream a few months back, about like ghost stories, because apparently Rook just doesn't know ghost stories, which kind of blows my mind. I just presumed everyone knows ghost stories. I just presumed everyone knew them, and now I'm kind of like, they're going, oh, do people not know ghost stories from when they were a kid? Okay. But yeah, I was thinking about getting a bunch of them and just narrating them just to see how it goes. And also because it's a short story, that hopefully would make it easier to like less time to record. But anyway, completely random thought for the morning. As I said yesterday, we're probably going to try and do some art today. I realize it's Friday, so we probably won't do art all day unless it goes absolutely amazingly. Unless it goes absolutely amazingly, we'll probably just do artwork for the morning, and then we'll move over to Star Trucker in the afternoon, because, you know, that's a thing. Probably have real ghosts here in your house. Hey, look, I am a believer that there is something. I don't necessarily think I'm not necessarily on the line of their ghosts, of like people. Because I don't think so, because I can't really reconcile in my brain why some people become ghosts and some people don't. But I am a believer in there being something. Too many things in my life have happened which makes me believe there is something. But anyway, that's the whole thing. So Max, you know, maybe you are surrounded by stuff. A little bit. You said game today to save your wrists, protect the wrists. No. So yesterday, what I was saying yesterday was I could feel it in my wrists. Well, actually, this wrist. Although this wrist, do you know what? Funnily enough, after having this wrist in a brace for the rest of yesterday, this is in a pretty good. It's in a pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's a way better than it was yesterday. No, what I was saying was I would do some artwork today, just not all day. So the whole thing about protecting my wrist was, it's not the thing about like protecting my wrist when I'm doing artwork. It's not like streaming. It's not like doing artwork every day is not a problem. The problems that happen with my wrists is when I do it for a straight period. So like doing 8 hours is a long time to be using your wrist to do like artwork and stuff. But if I just did like 4 hours every day, that would not be a problem for my wrist. Doing like an 8-hour stretch, like say if I did like a 12-hour stretch, I'd probably be in absolute agony. So yeah, it's not in terms of protecting the wrist, is just potentially not streaming all day. And that's why at the end of yesterday's stream I was like, to be fair, even though I'm not doing anything with Rook, I probably should stop the stream, because it's, you know, been doing drawing for quite a long time. But I would like to do some more today, because I'm really keen to pile into this June image while I've got the motivation and focus on it. I'd like to keep the momentum. I'm thinking about changing the tactical rock a bit. I think the tactical rock might be a bit too squared off. Might try and smooth out a bit of those edges on it. Yeah, so that's possibly the plan for today. And then we'll probably do Star Trucker at some point, unless, as I say, if everything's going absolutely amazing with the artwork, we'll kind of keep it going. Like, if I could get that stuff done, like, with time to spare before June Awakening comes out, that would be amazing. I'm still also trying to get my head around the fact that Dan bought me the Ultimate Edition yesterday. I don't know what to say to that. It's still breaking my brain. Yeah. That's a hell of a thing. And that in itself is kind of like motivation to really pile into this stuff. So that's cool. That is cool. What else was I going to say? I feel like I was going to say something about YouTube. I can't remember what I was going to say about YouTube, but I think I was going to say something about it. I think it was just, if you guys aren't following already, it'd be awesome if you did follow the YouTube channel. It would be great if you did. There's not loads there, but it'd be great if you did. Should I? I'll tell you what, actually, coming back to the previous comments, coming back to our previous, like, go back, you know, if we went 5 minutes back in the stream, Helen, good morning. That's not going back 5 minutes in the stream. That's now, in the present there, by saying hello. Going 5 minutes back in the stream, if I did some short story stuff, I don't know which channel to put it on. I don't know which channel to put it on. I don't know if I would put it on Bearded Squire, or I don't know if I'd put it on one of my other YouTube channels. I make it sound like I have loads of YouTube channels, like, oh, look at all these channels I have with all this content. I don't. I just have lots of registered channels for ideas that I have. In fact, you know what? I have registered so many channels. I'm not allowed to register anymore. I'm not allowed to register anymore because you have to like tag your phone number to them. And the last time I tried to register a YouTube channel, they said to me that I had too many channels attached to the phone number, and I'm not allowed to attach anymore. So I cannot make any more YouTube channels, which makes me wonder how other people do it. I don't get how other people do it. I might have missed a really obvious way to get around it. And also, it's not like I have a crazy amount. I think I've got 6. I think I've got 6 for like different ideas. And now it's just like, yeah, there's too many attached to this phone number. Sado, thank you very much for your 37 months. What a gent. What a gent. Hello to you. Hello. You'll have to get a second phone just for YouTube. Well, that's what I'm kind of like wondering, Helen. It's like, do people actually do this? Do people end up buying... I wonder if people buy like pay-as-you-go phones. Well, not even pay-as-you-go phones. I wonder if people buy like pay-as-you-go SIM cards so that they could... Because I can't believe that people don't register... But I'm sure I'm not the only person who's registered like 6 YouTube channels. I'm sure there's more people who've registered way more YouTube channels, especially in the world of like all like the AI stuff. I'm sure there's people pumping out content to loads of channels. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so I need to work out potentially which channel I might want to use for it. But yeah, coming back to the narration stuff, I don't know if I would put that on the Bearded Squire channel, because the Bearded Squire channel needs to be about streaming. Even more so, the Bearded Squire channel, I kind of want to be about gaming. I don't actually want any of the art stuff to be on Bearded Squire. I want the art stuff to be on Botch Bonsai, which is the art channel. Has nothing on it, by the way. Don't get excited and go and follow it. There's nothing there. Pixel Bandits, good morning. Good morning. How is the week treating me? The week's been good. It's been a good week, and we're at the end of the week, although part of my brain thinks it's Wednesday, and I don't know why. But yes, I hope your week is treating you well as well. But yeah, so and in terms of doing the short story thing, in terms of narrating the short stories, it's not that I want them all to be ghost stories. The reason why I'm thinking of narrating the ghost stories is just because there's a bunch of them to start with, potentially while I get together other short stories that I do. So yeah, that's what I was thinking of, why I was thinking of doing the ghost stories, but I just don't know which channel to necessarily put them on. What I should do is I should go and have a look through all my channels. I should go and have a look through the channels and see what's there, and then go from there, and then maybe figure it out. So bloody hot where you are. We're not too bad right now, although outdoors is 13 degrees, so that's pretty cool. You know, that's cool. It's cool outside. It's 13 degrees outside. Indoors is just over 24 degrees. So yeah, that's what that is. Though we've had there's a kind of I don't know if anyone else saw. I think it was on. Oh, I can't remember which news thing it was on. You know how like you'll get like links to news from different places. I can't remember where it was actually from, but I don't think it was the BBC. I don't think it was, but it was talking about how it was like warning. It was like a warning to people in the UK. You should keep your windows closed today because it's supposed to be the hottest day on record for May. I was like, oh, okay. I don't think that's quite how it's meant to work, but sure. Your office was 28 degrees yesterday. It wasn't great. That's not great at all. The office I used to work in used to have a real problem of being too cold, which sounds like a really good thing. Sounds like a great thing, but they used to have they used to keep the office at it was something ridiculous, like 5 degrees C. So it was always just too cold. And certainly in summer, while you potentially had that niceness of from being outside, walking indoors, you'd be like, oh, cool. After about 20 minutes of being indoors, you're like, I'm shivering. It's the middle of summer and I'm shivering. What the fuck are we doing? It's ridiculous. Yeah, right. We're doing the just chattings right now, but I could actually do some artwork on screen, couldn't I? Should we get some artwork on screen while I'm waffling away? Otherwise, we're going to waste this waffle, and by the time we do artwork, I won't be waffling. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, why do I feel like I've got something in my eyes? Blah, 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 blah. Okay. I'm sure we're fine. I'm sure we're fine. It's alright. It's alright. Feel like there's something on my eyes, which is not very pleasant. Okay. 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 There we go. Look at that. Get the microphone about there. That means I can kind of still see stuff. Kind of see still see stuff. There it is. Whee. And let's switch this over to... Oh wait, was that already on? Oh, I don't know if I was on just chatting or artwork. Don't know which one was on. Never mind. Right. Hendate, hello, hello, hello. Never waste a waffle. Indeed, yes, never waste a waffle. Waffles are important. Because it's pollen season, all the flowers. Yeah, but just then, my eyes. It doesn't feel like hay fever. It just feels like I don't know, like I've only just woken up. So these rocks, I'm thinking about doing something with them. Thinking about doing something with the tactical rock. Because I think part of the issue I've got with these tactical rocks is this shadow feels a bit harsh. So I think I want to alter that a bit, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to spend the entire day on the tactical rock, because yesterday we spent quite a lot of time on the tactical rock. But anyway. Also, to clarify, because it did come up yesterday in someone else's stream, this is for June Awakening, for anyone who's not familiar. Because I was in someone else's stream yesterday, and someone very happily declared that this was, they thought that the work I was doing on Helldivers looked great. So it's not Helldivers. They were, oh, I'm such an idiot. I was like, well, to be fair, it's a dude in some looks like they're kind of armored. They look like they're kind of armored on a tactical rock, looking very, very stoic and heroic. So It's not really that crazy that you might have mistaken it for Helldivers, realistically. Enjoy your lurkings, Helen. Enjoy, enjoy. I'll probably mention this a few times today, so apologies to anyone who's here all day and you have to hear it several times. Next weekend, I'm probably going to be streaming well, there's a possibility I might be streaming every day next weekend. So Friday, which obviously is standard, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and maybe Monday. I don't know exactly how many days, because essentially it's going to be content dependent how long I stream for. But the Dune Awakening open beta is happening next weekend, so they've said there's about 20 hours of content. They've said there's 20 hours of content, so I'm thinking I'll probably do a regular like a regular length Friday stream. Then on the Saturday, I'll do like 5 to 6 hours. Sunday, 5 to 6 hours. And then, depending on where that leaves us, you know, we might have run out of content. We might run out of content by then. So on the Monday will either just be a normal art day, or we might wrap up Dune Awakening, or what I might do, you know, depending if there's just a few bits to tidy up, maybe we'll do artwork in the morning and we'll do Dune Awakening in the afternoon. But I'm very keen to just, like, you know, there's a bit of hype for the game. I think some people don't, you know, I'm sure there's people who don't even know the game's coming out. But there's a bit of hype for the game, and I'm really looking forward to it. So I want to like get in on that, because, you know, it's one thing to play a game just because there's hype for it, but if there's hype and it's something you're interested in as well, it seems reasonable, doesn't it, to take advantage of the hype. So if I do those extra streams, they will most likely be in the evenings, because there's a possibility I'll be doing those streams with Rook. So if I do, they'll probably be like Saturday evening, Sunday evening. The Friday, I'll have to figure this out with Rook for the Friday. I have to figure that out with Rook on the Friday, what he wants to do about that. Because he won't be awake during the day. I need to chat to him about that. Now that I've just thought about that out loud. Good times. My nose. I feel like I'm going to fight someone. It's the thing. If you know Zitchy, you're going to fight someone. And before, and again, it's not hay fever because my nose itches all year round. I'm just always fighting people. Which genre is the Dune franchise spin-off? So it is a survival crafter. I think they've got rid of the MMO title now because it's not a true MMO. But it's in a persistent world. I think, like, I've seen some people kind of get a bit angry about it having the MMO title, but I think they've actually got rid of it now anyway. It's a multiplayer. It's in a persistent universe, persistent server, sorry, and it's a survival crafter. There is combat and there is PvP. Yeah, there's combat, there's PvP. You build. I mean, if you've ever played. Now, I've not played it. I've also appreciate we've gone straight into adverts. So I'll tell you what, we'll do that. We'll do that so we're not missing anything. So we'll come back to that in a second. Just so no one's missing. Ash, good morning, Ash. Hope you're good, buddy. Hope you are well. Where are we at? We've got 30 seconds of ads. We've got 30 seconds of ads and I'll finish off all of that thought process. I don't want to do that. I don't know what I want to do with this. I might come back to the Tactical Rock. Maybe when more of it's done, I'll come back to Tactical Rock. I need to do those at some point, don't I? I need to get... There we go. Cool. Right, Ad Goblin's gone. They made decent RTS for June. Some others, yeah. June Spice Wars was interesting. Didn't necessarily keep my interest for a long time, but I certainly did enjoy Spice Wars. If you ever played Conan Exiles, I have not played Conan Exiles, but Conan Exiles was made by Funcom, and they're the guys who are making June Awakening, which people have said there's a lot of similarities between the two of them. I've found, from everything I've kind of seen of June Awakening, I've seen some similarities to Rust in terms of, like, the building system is giving me kind of like Rust vibes. You know, and you go out and you loot. If you like, but to clarify with June Awakening, there is a story going on. You go and do, well, you do. I was going to say quests, but you do contracts for people. As the game moves on, you start to, like, talk to the different houses. Like, you'll talk to the minor houses and you'll talk to the major houses. Like, you'll talk to the Harkonnen and the Atreides, and, like, you'll do jobs for them. You'll do contracts for them, which then That's the whole thing. And then yeah, the whole PvP thing. So the world, just also to clarify, so the world that your story is in is PvE with a few very small PvP spots, which you don't have to go in. You don't have to go into the PvP spots unless you want to. And so there's a couple of very small PvP territories in the PvE story world. And then if you're really interested in the PvP, you can travel off the map and basically go to another instance where you go to another part of Arrakis, and that territory is PvP, and it's got different, it's got some unique resources in it, and you can fight other people to do that. My understanding is from what we'll see next week, we won't see any of the PvP. All we'll see is the PvE, because if it's 20 hours, I think it's the same as what the creators saw last week. So people who were on the creator program got to stream it last week, and they basically did all the we got to see the thing is the reason why I think I think the open beta next weekend is the same as what the creators got to do, was because their thing was pegged as 20 hours as well. And so the thing next week is pegged as 20 hours. So I don't think we'll see any PvP next week. I think it'll just be, you see just the beginning of the game. But yeah, so there's base building, which I'd say, for me, the only thing I compare it to is Rust. You do contracts, you go around the map. PvP is in a whole separate place. Large social areas. So if you've watched the movies, I appreciate some people will probably know it from the books, but if you've watched the movies, Arrakeen, which is the city that the Atreides come to take over in the movies, that's in the game. And that's like a big social hub where people go to. So there's no fighting there, and I don't think there's any like contracts there either. It's just like a social hub where people can like go and use an auction house or go to shops or meet up and stuff. So yeah, there's that. There are guilds, though from everything I've seen so far, it doesn't seem like the guilds are essential. The guilds seem to be more of a, you want to play with your mates? Cool, play with your mates. Here's a guild. But the devs have said the game is completely playable on your own if you want to. Like, the game's very playable on your own if you want to, but if you want to play with your mates and party up and stuff, you can have a great time doing that too. Not really sure how a story about several highly organized and hierarchical factions with established support organizations fit into a survival crafter. So the story, so like this is from the trailers and from like what we've seen from like the stuff from last week and from what the devs have said. The story is Paul uses the spice. He uses the fact that he's the new Messiah, a set kind of thing. He looks at all the different timelines to work out how best to move humanity forward. And so the storyline of this game is one of his dreams about how the timeline could go and would it benefit humanity. And the storyline that we're in for the game is that Paul was never born. This is not like spoilers. This is like the trailer. This is like the intro of the game. Like the intro movie of the game is Paul is the storyline you're in. He's looking at a timeline where he was never born. That's Mo Fade Smell for Lazarus. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So they're doing a thing. They're doing a thing where they're like, we can take this whichever direction we want, and we're doing we're doing an alternate history. They've 100% said that's what they're doing. And so the storyline is Paul was never born. There's a bit about his sister, but I can't remember. There's something about like his mother has the daughter she was always meant to have. And so what happened? So the storyline for the game is the Atreides survive the Battle of Arrakeen. So the Harkonnen and the Atreides are still at full strength in this storyline. You know, neither has been wiped out. The Emperor has. So the Harkonnen and the Atreides are both on Arrakis, sorry, and the Emperor has sent the Sardaukar to Arrakis to protect the spice harvesting. So the Atreides and the Harkonnen, neither of them are in charge of Arrakis. It's kind of essentially what they refer to it. I don't know if this was talked about in the books. I don't know if this is a bit of lore that I don't know from the books, but they refer to this timeline as the War of Assassins, and essentially no one is in full control of Arrakis. The Emperor is there just to make sure the spice is getting harvested, but everyone else is kind of like just taking their own bits of territory. So you also have minor houses there as well, which you kind of bump into as you go around. And then your story kind of starts with you're not aligned to anyone. You're like a prisoner. You're an escaped prisoner. And so that's so in terms of when you say like where does the survival crafting bit come in, is you basically start off as a nobody. You're not aligned to anyone, and you've been dumped on this planet. So that's kind of where the survival crafter element comes from. You're independent for it, which means you don't have, like, as you were saying, like the Harkonnen and the Atreides, they've got all their support stuff. You know, they can ship stuff in if they need to. You're not one of those guys. Yeah. So that's the so yeah, it's an alternate history to the books, so they can kind of take it the direction they want. Lord Elston, good morning, Lord Elston. Hello. War of Assassins is in the book. Is it in the book? Okay. I couldn't. I've not read all the book. I've not read all the books. I've done the first book, but that's, you know, not that I couldn't quote you. I couldn't quote you the books. I mean, I was a fan of Dune because of Dune 2, the game. That's what made me a fan of Dune. Like, I don't like, you know, and then there was like, what was there, Dune 2000 or something, and then like Emperor Battle for Dune or something like that. Like, those games are the ones that made me a fan of Dune. And while I did watch, funnily enough, I was talking about this earlier in the week, while I did obviously watch the 1984 movie, I remember watching it as a kid and it scaring the shit out of me because I was too young to watch it. And so the only bits that I really remember about that movie are the bits that scarred me as a child. Don't lie, you were a fan of Dune because of Sting in his pants. Look, Ash. I resemble that remark. How dare you? How dare you spout the truth in you? Yeah, those pants are amazing. That underwear is something else. It really is. It really is. Oh yeah. So that's what they're doing with it. And then coming back to is it an MMO or not an MMO? It has a lot of things that make it similar to an MMO, but my understanding is kind of like the crux of why it's not an MMO is because there's not enough people on an individual server. something like for it to be classed as an MMO, you have to have more than 200 people on a server at any one time, and because it doesn't do that, some people have got really finicky about it not being an MMO. Like, but if I understand correctly, basically everything else about it fits with it being an MMO. I mean, I'm not gonna try and get into the semantics of it being an MMO. I don't really care. It's a game I'm interested in, and I'm not going to interact with 200 people. Being a fan of June because of the games doesn't count. Sorry, please remove yourself from the official June fan club forthwith. I shall, Lord. I'm very apologetic, Lord Elston. I'm sorry. If it has daily quests, as far as I'm aware, there's no daily quests. There are contracts for you to pick up. Oh, actually, wait, no. Is there daily quests? Kind of. Not really. Not on an individual level. Are there daily quests. There is at like guild level, but not at individual level. But yeah, the big bit that I saw people arguing about was there weren't enough people on the story. So when I was saying before, you've got like the story servers. So if you're on a story server, you'll be on a server with like if you're on a story server, you've got like 40 people on a server, and you'll have loads of story servers with 40 people on each one. And then when you want to go and do PvP, or if you want to go to Arakeen, you fly to the central server, and all those little servers can fly to the central server. And so on that one, there can be like hundreds of people. But yeah, I saw people basically referring to the fact that because the story servers only have 40 people on at a time, people were saying that it apparently doesn't count. The whole genre argument, I kind of like saw it, and I was like, I just want to play the game. So there you go. What is this? No. Go away. Whatever this song is. No. I don't know. Whatever that. It's in the middle of a playlist, so I'm gonna keep coming back to it. Let's find something else. See where that goes. I don't like what I'm doing with this sand. I'm not a fan of what I'm doing with this sand. Now, let's all have a cup of tea. Hello, Mextron. How you doing? How's it going? Might be too light, that. I'm gonna have a think. I'm gonna have a think about that and come back to it. Have you read Leaf by Niggle by someone called J.R.R. Tolkien? No. This is like that, except it's Rock by Squire. Fine. I've left the rock. I've left the rock. Okay? I've left the rock. No more rock today. I've left the rock. I'll come over here. I'll look at the still suit. We'll only work on the still suit for the rest of the day. So not even at least 1 foot. No. Nope. They're going behind tactical rocks. To be fair, the angle that I've drawn him at, because we're looking up at him, up at him, and these rocks realistically are supposed to be angled down, so he's kind of like walking up the rocks. We it's convenient, but we wouldn't really see the feet, which was part of why I was saying I've not really drawn the rocks quite properly either. I need to work on the angle that I've done the rocks at. But yeah, the idea is that you're looking up at this character, and so being at a lower position, you wouldn't actually see the feet. But they do have feet, they're just behind the rocks. The bit that I really wanted to get rid of was the hands. No one wants to draw hands. No one wants to draw hands. But I couldn't get a good way of getting rid of the hands. Finished the... Okay. I didn't finish the sketch and how I wanted that knee to be. Okay. Dan, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Why did I do that? That's not going to work, is it? If that's... Yeah, that doesn't work. So that... has to be there. And if we're saying the front of the shin to there. To that. And that probably needs to cut off around there actually. Bit of a curve based on the leg.
Stuck in this odyssey, watching time ticking back at me. We've got lost in this galaxy, on a cloud where our hearts are free. Stuck in this odyssey, watching time ticking back at
while the majority of the still suit is going to be the same colour, while it might not be accurate, I will like make a, you know, like I'll have a few like bits stand out, possibly like, you know, like a little bit of like metallic metal fittings and stuff more than anything. Otherwise the suit's just gonna look really fucking boring. So I might leave that and make it a metal fitting so it stands out. Okay. Now, if I go somewhere down here. Let's try. So, for instance, like that little fitting there. What did they use? Okay, I would like. Actually, no, they did. They did steel, didn't they? I'm just thinking, what's in the game? There is steel in the game, so. I was thinking, like, when you see the content, like, people are doing things with copper and steel. I was like, do I make these fittings out of copper or make them out of steel? I'll just do. I probably won't get too deep into it, thinking about it. possibly a bit too much. Bits to be look metallic, but I'll probably have to dull those down because they're in shadow. So those will have to dull down relatively quickly. Else on this side. And there's the sword, but I'll probably do the sword separately. Like, I don't want loads of pieces. I want something just to break up, the odd shape. A little bit like, maybe like the inside of them. Because these are all meant to be like, like pouches for water and stuff like that. Bladders, which kind of like, I'm in two minds with the bladders. I know they talk about like the bladders being like you walking around in the still suit makes it work. But then I'm also kind of thinking where the actual water is stored around it is probably so precious. I'm going to kind of make those bits, I'm possibly going to make those bits, or at least some of them metal, because it's kind of like, oh shit, we need to protect the water. Just realised I didn't finish that off at all, did I? That's no good. Would they make squelchy sounds when they walk around? I don't know. This is a bit like my question yesterday of what would... Like, I'm kind of fascinated by the still suits. In terms of, like, what would the water taste like? How exactly do they work? Would they make squelchy noises? you'd kind of presume, well, I would kind of presume that someone's figured out anti-squelching. I feel like they would have figured out anti-squelching, because squelching would surely be would not be very stealthy, would it? So I would have thought someone would have probably worked that out. Because I'd imagine most of the desert is very quiet. Because there's not much, like, it's not a dead planet, is it? But there's not a lot that lives on Arrakis. I mean, obviously you've got the worms. And you've got the Mordib, the sand mice. Is it a sand mouse? Is that the right? I can't remember if that's the translation. The Mordib, the sand mouse, like, that's a thing. And then there's the sand trout, though I don't think the sand trout come to the surface, do they? The sand trout lives super low. Like, the sand trout are super low underground, so I don't think they would make noise. So if you're walking around in a squelchy still suit, it's probably not going to do well. You know, like in the movies, like they have those scenes, don't they, where like the Fremen are hiding under the sand, just like the Sardu. I can't remember if it was Sardaukar or Harkonnen that they attacked. But can you imagine they're like trying to find the Fremen, and the Fremen are underground, and then just someone moves slightly and goes, you just all of a sudden the Harkonnen are like, what is it? Oh. The sand is squelching. They have scorpions. Do they have scorpions? Okay, because there weren't any like scorpions in the movies, were there? And I can't really remember scorpions being mentioned in the first book. But yeah, okay, scorpions. So like, as I say, like, it's not a dead world, is it? It's like, it's a world. It's not a world with shed loads of life, but it's also not a dead world either. But it's still, anyway, still the ultimate thing that I was trying to get at was, it's probably very quiet. So I'd imagine someone's dealt with the squelchiness problem. 19 animals. Okay. I could only name 3. I could actually wait, no, because there's birds as well. There is you see those, you've seen those in the game as well. There is some birds. There's birds. There's birds. There's Mordeeb. There's the birds, Mordeeb, sandworm, sand. I know there's sand trout, though. As I say, I don't think you'd actually see the sand trout in the game because the sand trout are meant to be deep under the sand, aren't they? So I don't think. Yeah, I'm curious. I might have a little bit of a nosy round later on. See what other animals, because maybe we'll see those in the game then. If there's more than that. I presumed it was pretty restrictive. Though, you know, I suppose like in Earth deserts, there's a whole load of animals, isn't there, that have adapted to that type of environment. DJ Andre, hello. Good morning. How you doing? Are you well? Welcome in. If there's any confusion, we're having a bit of an art day today. I know it's supposed to be a gaming day. We will do some gaming later on. I just want to get some time into this thing because it's the deadline for when I want this to be completed by is quite close. So I just want to put some more time into this. But yes, welcome in. Owls, eagles, bats. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you see bat. Yeah, you see bats. You see bats in what we saw in the creator stuff last week. Kangaroo mouse. The kangaroo mouse is the Mordeeb, isn't it? That's what that is. That's, I think. Enjoy your lurkings, Yana. See you later. dokie. What time are we on? It's 11 o'clock a.m. I did. Sometimes it makes absolutely no difference. And sometimes I skip breakfast. And I am very aware that I've skipped breakfast. Today, I am very aware I skipped breakfast. We'll see how this progresses. We'll see how this progresses. Cheeky. Let's do that. Hello, sponsor. How are you doing? Are you feeling sketchy today, Bearded, since you skipped breakfast? Well done. Well done. Well done. That was a good one. That was a good one. I wholeheartedly approve of that one. That was a good job. We have to start out mildly. Oh my god. Little bit's just there going, hey, did that one work? Let's go. But since we're on the topic of it, no, you can't now just... Oh my God. I'm a little bit hungry, chat. Okay, let's talk about food. Let's get on to food. Let's have lots of conversation about food. How dare you? How dare you? What, you want to just go home from touching horses? That sounds wrong. Licking grass and petting sun. So now it's time for... Right. Right, yeah. Yep. Yep. That's a sentence you have typed for everyone to see. Yeah. Have you ever made your own salt and pepper bread? I've never made salt and pepper bread. That sounds like, if you know how to make it, that sounds like that would be quite tasty. Like to zoom in on the crotch. Is that close enough for you, Dan? Is that close enough for you? You okay? Is this what you're after, Dan? Is this what you're after? That did work, didn't it? Is that what you're after, Dan? Is that what you need? Is that what you want? Is that why you came here? Yeah? Yeah, that's what you wanted? Okay. By the way, Beard, did you hear there's a Frostpunk remake? All right. The first, but with a more modern game engine. I kind of liked Frostpunk, and I feel like I should have liked Frostpunk more than I played it. Like the story of Frostpunk appealed to me massively. And it feels like a game that I should have streamed. It feels like a game I should have streamed, and I can't really tell you why I didn't. And then when Frostpunk 2 came out, like there was a lot of hype for Frostpunk 2, wasn't there? But when Frostpunk 2 came out, I kind of felt a little bit like I should. This is stupid. I appreciate this is stupid. But when Frostpunk 2 came out, I kind of felt that I needed, if I was going to stream Frostpunk 2, I needed to stream Frostpunk first and complete it to like justify playing Frostpunk 2. So I never played Frostpunk 2, and then, you know, kind of like that hype's gone away as well. So yeah, I can't really tell you why I didn't stream Frostpunk. There must have just been other things at the time that I was more interested in. And I don't know how, I think, I say it, I think I kind of liked the game, just maybe just not enough. You know, like we've had these kind of conversations before, just sometimes a game, despite being in the right genre and the right style of, you know, something about it just doesn't click. And just, yeah, Frostpunk just didn't entirely click for me, despite there being elements of it that I liked. So yeah, if there's a remaster, I don't know, like, when did, out of interest, when did they announce that remaster? Like, have they announced that remaster in the last few days after, like, you know, the success of Oblivion? Like, have all of a sudden the game studio's gone, hey, we could just release our old games. No one needs new games, we could just release our old ones. You had it on wishlist, but you never really got it, and now it just feels old. Too many games to spend time. Yeah, games just kind of pass you by. Every now and then, games just pass you by, and yeah, Frostpunk and Frostpunk 2 kind of did that for me. Too. And yeah, Lord Elster, why can't you? I just, yeah, it's frustrating because I just can't really tell you why I didn't totally click with the Frostpunk games. Because I should really enjoy them. I wonder possibly whether Frostpunk. So, nowadays, I don't care as much whether I'm good at a game. Like, I can still like get an enjoyment from a game without being good at it. But from a streaming perspective, you do get people who are quite vocal if you are not good at a game. And part of me then that, I think that kind of impacts how much I enjoy playing a game. Like, you know, if you've got someone who's constantly going, "You shit, you're doing this wrong, you shit," you know, it's kind of wears you down. So I think maybe with Frostpunk, in fact, you know what, that was probably it. Frostpunk, I think, fell into that realm of I saw other people streaming it, and it was a lot of people coming into chats to tell you how to play, and it's one of my pet peeves. It's one of my pet peeves is when people just start telling you how to play games all the time. Not to the degree of, you know, if I ask someone for help, that's cool, that's fine. But, you know, sometimes you do just get, like, people who will, their sole purpose, like, the whole reason they're watching your stream is to tell you how to play a game, and that's just, yeah, not my cup of tea. And I think I saw that a lot with Frostpunk, if I recall. I think that was probably why I didn't stream it. You don't really have the urge to complete a game. You play it while it's fun, but you completed 3 games on Steam: Subnautica, Below Zero, and Satisfactory. Technically also finished Oblivion and Icewind, but that is way pre-stream. Yeah. I mean, sorry, when I say complete games, that tends to apply more to sequels. Like, I don't always feel a need to complete a game. Like, I like to play games to enjoy them, not necessarily to complete them. But when it comes to sequels, I sometimes feel like I should complete it in case something happened in the first game that is relevant to the sequel. I completed Quake, Doom, Doom 2, and Duke Nukem and Wolfenstein. Yeah, I seem to remember I did buy Wolfenstein and I got stuck. And then I got, I just started looking at other things and I never went back to Wolfenstein. I mean, I should go back to it. Like, while I don't know, while with Wolfenstein, I don't know how much of a. I'm sorry, when I say Wolfenstein, I mean the modern, like the more modern version. The storyline, I don't know how much it grabbed me, but I did quite like the gameplay. The gameplay kind of appealed. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Raise pause the stream when you have do this, do that, pick this in, go here, go that. Why not just pick up and play the game by yourself, but preferably alone, far away? Oh my god, okay. Apparently Lord Ilston feels very strongly about that. I didn't appreciate just how strongly Lord Ilston was going to feel in regards to that matter. I kind of agree with the overall sentiment of what you're saying. Yeah, that's not far off where I kind of sit on it. Sometimes you'll get people telling you to do that much that what I kind of want to turn around and say, but then it would for some reason it would be very. We could get into a complete rant about streaming. You know, sometimes I have to try and be polite, otherwise people, you know, the problem is you could drive not only the person away that's doing the behavior that you don't think is great, you could also drive away other people going, ooh, this streamer's quite rude. But when there is a lot of instances, and I'm not like using like just examples from here. Like I see it happen elsewhere too, where sometimes you kind of like people are giving like this streamer a play-by-play, and if you don't do exactly what they say, they'll be like, why are you not doing it like this? You have to do it like this. And you kind of feel like going, why don't you just go stream? Not even just go and play the game. Why don't you go stream if you know the game that well and you've apparently worked out the perfect way to play it? Go stream. And I know sometimes, don't get me wrong, I also understand that there are people who just want to help. I understand that there are people who just want to help. I get that. 100%. 100% I understand that there are people who just want to help. But sometimes you know, I think I try and be as diplomatic as I can about these things. Like a lot of my enjoyment, and I think for some, you know, for some viewers as well, I think there are viewers, you know, and I say some viewers, I know there are definitely viewers who have the same standing on this, is like the enjoyment they get from watching like a streamer stream a game is seeing the streamer experience the game, like seeing the streamer figure out a puzzle or something, or how to do things. And I think that's, you know, and that's kind of where I sit on that kind of stuff, is that's I want to experience the game. I want to try and figure out the game, and yeah, and it does put me off streaming certain stuff. Like I will see other people streaming things, and I will take note of how much of like the chat is people telling them how to play, and if I see a lot of it, I'll be like, yeah, I just don't want to do it on my channel. bit. They made so many new Wolfensteins. You haven't completed those. I can't remember which was the one that I played. Which was the one I played? Ooh, Rust is getting a jungle biome. That's exciting. Wolfenstein. I played... Yeah, I kind of bought them in a pack. And to be perfectly honest, I wasn't entirely sure which order to play the Wolfenstein games. I started with... Wolfenstein, the New Order. And actually, look at this. I only played 2.5 hours. Apparently. And then there's Colossus. And there's Young Blood and Old Blood. I don't quite know which order I was meant to play them in, but I played the New Order. I don't know if that was the right first game to play or not. Oh, wait, I've just extended this and I didn't mean to. This is meant to be up here. This is meant to go... This is meant to be in darkness. You might let yourself too much into games streamers play. You know, it's spoil... Oh wait, we've just gone into ads. I was about to start reply to a little bit and then we gone into ads. I'll shut up for a minute. I'll shut up for a minute. Fine addition to my collection. Oh, Sado. Sado coming in. The cavalry has arrived. There's just a little bit. There's a little bit going, no, ads. Little bit, it's just like they're going, ads, save me. Sado's riding in on a horse. Yeah! Be gone, ads! Be gone! Sado, thank you very much. Thank you very kindly. Yeah, the ads always hit right. I know, a little bit. It's as soon as I start reading people's messages, I immediately have to just kind of go, what's happening at the top of chat? Does it say there's ads happening? And it is sod's law that somehow you end up doing ads. Somehow I end up reading things just as ads happen. By the way, sorry, yeah. So you were saying, we do have too much into streams gameplay. You don't spoil, but you do ask questions like what ifs, and if they say to them or say, can't you to games you've never tried yourself. So I can't spoil it, but I can learn stuff. But that's out of interest. If you want to might play the game, yeah, it's right. So, as I say, like, while this is where the tricky part of the internet comes in. This is the minefield that is the internet. Is when people are making comments in chat, and I do this. I do this, so I'm well aware that it can get super complicated. Like I will ask questions about games, and I might have never played that game. And sometimes I'll be like, I'll think out loud sometimes when I'm doing, when I'm watching someone stream, but I will generally try and make it clear that I've never played the game. So that it's not like me going, hey, I'm telling you exactly what you should to do. It's me going, I don't know what's going on here. I wonder if you tried this, would that work? But it is a very tricky line, isn't it? Sometimes you're kind of there going, wait, are you suggesting this because you know what the answer is, or are you suggesting this because you've never played the game and you're essentially playing it with me? And that kind of thing. And the thing is we're like, with that kind of stuff, I don't necessarily mind that kind of thing, because it's kind of like we're playing the game together. And it's one of those gray areas with streaming, because you don't, like, I don't know who knows what. I don't know who's played, if I'm streaming a game, I don't know who's played the game. I don't know who's not played the game. It's a complicated thing. It's a complicated thing, because then you're kind of like, I don't really want people to spoil games, but then at the same time, you don't necessarily want people not to be like, hey, let's try and figure this out together, because that's fun and community. It is a tricky one, and I get that it's a tricky one. It's a bit like like when I watch Shifty's channel. So like Shifty at the moment's doing a lot of GTA roleplay, and now Shifty knows I have not played that game. Like he's very aware where we're up to, and sometimes I'll be like, he'll be trying to work out how to do something, and I'll be like, can you do it this way? But there's also a part of me going, he kind of wants to figure these things out himself, but sometimes I'm like, but maybe if you're lost, maybe. So I totally get it, and sometimes I end up having to bite my own tongue, because I'm like, I'm doing the thing I don't like. I need to stop doing the thing I don't like. So I get that. I get that is kind of like, you're kind of like, I'm trying to figure out the game too at the same time as you. Teamwork makes the dream work. Indeed, teamwork makes the dream work. You're right. Is that how you end every meeting that you run, Lord Elston? And then do you clap your hands together? And then to add to, like some of the complications with that kind of stuff, there are streamers who are, I don't think there's that many. Well, certainly not the ones I watch anyway. There are streamers who have zero issue with people backseating. So that's going to cause complications in itself again. It's kind of like, how do I know if you're the streamer? Are you a streamer that it's okay to backseat in? And I know you might turn around and say, hey, use tags. Not people who ignore tags. Like, I don't even really fret too much about tags anymore because so many people ignore tags even if you use them. In fact, really weirdly, I tend to find people ignore tags more if they are there than if they're not there. Which is such a weird thing. Like, I think some people see tags almost as like a challenge. Oh, you've told me I'm not supposed to tell you how to play this entire game. Well, in which case, here's my 10-step guide on how to complete this game. What I have typically found is a lot of people, if you don't have any tags on your stream. Also, sorry, see you later, Sado. I hope the barber cuts your hair in a way that you wish them to. What I have often found is if I don't have any tags, it leads enough ambiguity that I seem to get more people asking if they can throw comments in. It's really weird. It's a really weird thing of just like, if I say no backseating, there are people who kind of go, yep, I'm going to tell you the history of this game from the moment it was developed. And I also appreciate, like, in terms of like having never played the games, you know, like I think I was saying this about the shifty thing. It's like, I do appreciate as well that even though I've not played the games, sometimes I also need to just shut up as well. It's like the streamer still wants to figure it out on their own. So even if I don't know the answer and I'm just thinking out loud, sometimes that's kind of a not great. So I'm not awesome at that. So this is 100% a I struggle with this too. I struggle with this too in terms of knowing when someone wants an answer and when someone doesn't want an answer. But it does frustrate the hell out of me when like a streamer absolutely unambiguously turns around and says, don't backseat, and then people carry on backseating. And then people start trying to claim that they're not backseating. It's just like, what are you doing? It's like, guys, I've just told you not to backseat, and then someone will go, I'm not backseating, but you need to press this button and then this button and then this button, and you need to build this, and then you need to go there, and you're like, I don't think you know what backseating is. Like, it's why some people watch, you know, some people, that's, it's a tricky one, because that's like, you know, there are people who the reason they watch streams is to explain games. Like like one of the other ones that we get, one of the other ones I get, you know, is like when people start explaining games to you when you're this one breaks my brain a bit. People start explaining games to you when you're not struggling. Like, I can get, like, if you see someone struggling, you might go, hey, do you want some help? Which should be the opener. Like, if you want to help someone in a stream, the opener should be, do you want some help? That's cool. And but like I've seen people have done it in this stream. Like I'll be playing a game, getting on absolutely fine, and someone will come in and go, "Hey, I'm going to tell you how to do this." It's like, no, I'm good. I'm good. The stream's going fine. The stream's going fine. We don't need anything. I just realised I've done these at the wrong angle. Downside of removing the sketch, but I kind of need these to bend around. And those ones are a bit weird too. You know, like you're clearly making progress in a game, and someone's like, "Hey, you need to go do this." No. Anyway, we went down a bit of a rabbit hole there. The long and short is, I think if I'm looking back, I think that's part of why I didn't stream Frostpunk, because Frostpunk struck me very much as it was going to get a lot of people coming in going, "Hey, do this, do that, do this, do that. Why aren't you doing this?" You know, like you're in the tutorial and someone comes in going, "Why are you not doing the end game content?" And you're like, because we're in the tutorial. Why aren't you doing this thing? Because I'm learning how to move the map right now. Yeah. And so Frostpunk 2, yeah, I kind of felt with Frostpunk 2, I hadn't done Frostpunk 1, so I should probably do Frostpunk 1 first on stream if I was going to do Frostpunk 2, and by that point, we'd kind of gone past, and I think most people didn't really care about Frostpunk anymore on stream. So, yeah, if they're doing a remake, I wonder if part of what inspired them to do a remake was, I seem to recall a few people saying they preferred Frostpunk to Frostpunk 2. Like, a few people said kind of like game mechanic wise it went a bit too far away from the original. I know I definitely saw people commenting that, so I wonder if that's what inspired them to do the remake. If someone could just get their bum in gear and remake Star Wars Rebellion, that would be fan-dabby-dozy. Thanks.
Watching time ticking back at me. We've got lost in this galaxy, on a cloud where our hearts are free. Stuck in this odyssey, watching time ticking back at me. We've got lost in this galaxy, on a cloud where our hearts are free. Stuck in this odyssey, watching
And as I say, I was trying not to go down the rabbit hole, but also to clarify, that's why I've never really felt the burning desire to stream the Total War games. I really enjoy the Total War games, but seeing how much those kind of games get backseated, I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm good. I just want to enjoy that. Not, so that can just be something I enjoy offline. It's like, the other thing as well, I feel as well with like the Total War games as well is just like, I feel like if you're not playing on a really hard difficulty, you're just going to kind of get a lot of grief. Whereas I tend to just play the Total War games relatively casually. Which I don't think is the kind of content that most fans of those games would want. So I just don't try and tap into that. I feel like, what is this playlist? Oh no. Okay, this was a nice little bot to it. Nice little bot. I just aged 500 years there. Got a nice little bot to it, hasn't it? I believe this is what the cool kids listen to. Welcome back, Yana. One thing done, more to come indeed. Ash, did Dan get banned? Not as far as I'm aware. He has been, I think he was talking in chat before. But to be clear, I don't want to do any more testing. We're not doing, this is not a let's test that theory, because I don't want to lose my channel on the test.
Was this where I put like this was? Okay, so I kind of had a bit going up here, and then let's just get all this in. Then we'll figure it out after. So. time are we on? It's 12 o'clock. Okay. I am... I'm gonna go grab food very soon. I'm really pleased with how this is coming along. I appreciate this looks like it's really slow. I appreciate this looks like it's really slow, but I'm really happy with how this is coming along. I think we're probably going to do some more of this afternoon. I think we're going to carry on with this afternoon. Because I'm still feeling let's crack on. I think that's probably helped by the fact that I'm liking what is showing up right now. So that definitely helps with the old motivation in that I feel like I'm making progress. So I think we're going to carry on with this for a bit. I mean, what I might do is when we get back from the break, or actually, I mean, have a think about this now. I'll have a vote. I'll have a vote when I get back about whether we carry on with art or we switch to games. I'm enjoying doing this, but I as I said before, like, you know, not everyone watches this channel for the artwork. You know, some people watch it for the games that we do. So
cheeky.
I'm completely on board with if people want to see more of Star Trekker. Lord Elston art. Lord Elston is very much, we're going to vote with the bits. We're voting with the bits. Now, not everyone in the strictness of fairness, Lord Elston, I do super appreciate the bits, and I'm glad that you do enjoy seeing more art on the channel. But in the strictness of fairness, not everyone can do bits. So I don't want anyone to feel obliged that you need to start doing bits saying games. You don't need to do that. We're going to do a channel point vote. But have a think about that while I go grab some food. And then I'll do a vote when I get back. He says not stopping. He says not stopping, because I'm just looking at this going, I just kind of want to kind of finish this bit off. I want this bit to be a bit. I will go in moments. I will go in a few moments. Not sure how I feel about these metallic bits. I think because they're in the shine, I think because they're in the sunlight, I probably should push the. I should probably push the shadow back more. Actually, you know, I think I've got too much shadow going on. Really kind of push that back round. I don't think it accurately. I know I'm losing the detail that I'd put in I don't think it's accurately representing how illuminated this is. So I kind of want to push that back a bit. Yeah. I'll tell you what else we should do. Let's hit save. Regardless of what we do, let's hit save, because I've not hit save all morning. Just to freak people out. Ah, what do you mean you didn't hit save? Now, let's all have a cup of tea. One other bit I just want to quickly check. Save it. Save it. Hit the save button. Encounters. Oh, look at that. Ooh. Ooh. I love doing stuff like that. Man, that just kind of like pops it out. That really does. Because like this is something I need to do as well, is like save different versions of things to kind of maximize content. Start saving just like different versions of stuff. That also makes me wonder whether I should maybe make the inside of the cloak darker. What I might do as well, I'm thinking maybe I might make the background color a bit darker now that I've just seen it, like not necessarily black, not like go full black on it, but I might make the background color possibly a bit darker. Maybe. Although it might be too dark because the rest of the image is going to be a lot brighter. Anyway. That's something we can figure when I get back. I will be about 20 minutes. If you've been sat here as long as I have, please go stretch your legs. Go get yourself some hydration, or Yana will shout at you. Just start just Mexitron and Yana are just going to be there going, hydrate, 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 hydrate. Not entirely convinced that the fellow may have feet. I need to redo the rock. I do need to redo the rock. The rock is meant to look like, I've not done a very good job of representing that the rock is meant to be on an angle, that he's like coming up a rock. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, the rock, I've kind of messed up the rock, but we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. I might do the feet at the end of it. If I have to do the feet, it's not too much extra to do. I've also realized something's gone wrong here with this. What's going on with this hip here? Don't know. We're at 20 minutes of abandonment issues. Yeah, 20 minutes of abandonment issues. You will survive. Anyway, If you've been sat here as long as I have, please go stretch your legs. Go get yourself some hydration. If it's the appropriate time of day, get yourself some food. If it's not the appropriate time of day, go and send that email. Go and fold that laundry, or put the laundry in the washing machine, or take it out the washing machine. Go take the bins out, or bring the bins in. Did I say send that email? I think I said send that email. Go do that regular reading and viewing that your work makes you do every month. Go quack. Go quack at people. I mean, don't do that. If you start doing that in the street, people might start thinking you're crazy. That one we'll take off the list, actually. We'll take quacking at random people off the list. Yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back, and we'll hold a vote when I get back on whether you want more art or you want a bit of Star Trekker. Cool. Right. Guys. Everyone. We're about to start ads as well, so I'm going. I'll be back. I'll be back. Maybe. Hello. Me, being an absolute pleb, didn't take note of what time I stepped away from my desk. I don't know how long I've been gone. I don't think it's been more than 20 minutes. I think it's probably close to 15. But I'm not sure. I also noticed that I completely forgot to put my go live message the last couple of days until today. Actually, wait, sorry, no, not last couple of days, is it? Just Thursday. Yesterday. Yesterday I forgot to do my go live message because I didn't stream on Wednesday. Anyway, right. Shout if you're here. If you're not here, I still insist that you shout. We'll put a quick vote up if people are still invested in the world of art. Maybe what I could do to come back to that idea of possibly... Maybe I could make the inside of the cloak darker than the outside of the cloak. Maybe that would achieve what I want to achieve. What I definitely need to do with the cloak, though, is I think I used the loose sand palette for it. Which reminds me, it wouldn't let me resize these yesterday. I wonder, now that I've opened and closed it since then, will you allow me to resize to there? Thank you. I think I used the loose sand palette. So let's have a quick goosey. At this brush. Part of me likes the texture of that brush, but I feel like it might be a bit tricky to use here. So, never mind. Experiment done, experiment abandoned. think I've just realised. I think I've just realised that, and this might be a bit, I don't know. I might be wanting to be a bit nerdy about something that's not necessarily there. I think that they've used. I feel like they've used the June 2 colour palette. Because obviously I took this colour palette from their game art. And just looking at how it looks here, it's kind of giving me vibes of the June 2 colour palette. Which they have bought some rights to the June 2 stuff. I saw an advert on YouTube, so this wasn't even from like a developer video. There was I've been hit a few times with an advert on the YouTubes, which shows that they're gonna have the June 2 soundtrack in the game. They're gonna have like radio stations. Goddamn words. They're gonna have radio stations in the game, which are gonna come through on the like from a lore point of view. The radio station's gonna be like the Communet, I think it's called. I think that's the in-game name for it, but it's basically radio stations that you can listen to. One of the radio stations that you can listen to is going to have like the retro soundtrack for June 2, and I think the other one was June 1, which I never played June 1, so I don't know what the music was like for that. I don't know how similar that was to the June 2 music. But yeah, apparently they've bought the rights to those two to play them in game, which I think is kind of funky. Though I must confess, I can't entirely remember the June 2 soundtrack. Like in terms of like soundtracks that I've enjoyed from games over the years, I can't remember that one. But it was a long time ago. There's been a lot of sleep since then. Being that they're putting it in the game though, I'm gonna work on the basis that they've decided that it fits with what they're doing. But I do think it's interesting that they're looking at like having like radio stations. I'm curious what's going to go on the other radio stations. I wonder whether this is where some of the stuff's going to fit in. So some of the creators that got onto the creator program, you know, like some of the larger streamers, though weirdly I mean he's not mentioned it, so I don't think he was involved, but like, you know, like I don't think Pirate Software was involved, even though, you know, like the reason I mention him is obviously because he's a big streamer. But he didn't seem to mention this, so I don't know if he's involved. He might have just been really good at keeping quiet. But someone on YouTube was saying like there was a bunch of streamers that got flown out to the studio, and they got to record a bunch of voice lines. They got to record a bunch of voice lines for the game, and I wonder if some of those voice lines are going to like make up these radio stations. I wonder if that'll be a thing. So that'd be pretty cool. Like with how much I love computer games, getting to do something like that would be peak. But yeah, I wonder if they're going, rather than being characters in the game, I wonder if that's where they fit in that they'll make up radio stuff. Boom, 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 boom. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Make sure it's 4 a.m. You're going to bed. That makes sense. That is a very reasonable decision to make. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for the quacks. Thank you for the hydrates. I hope your sleep is good.
I know that you find it. 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 I know that Tell me if
Watching some videos last night. I've kind of got out of the habit of watching them, and I'm kind of like, do you know what? I want to get back into them. I loved at least, because I've not watched them for a while. I love watching like spooky videos, but when I do watch spooky videos, I need to watch spooky videos in a fully illuminated room and not too close to me going to bed, because I'm a big strong burly man, but I don't want to be scared when I'm in bed, because you know I'm old enough now to know that the duvet's not going to protect me. You know, I can't hide under the duvet if something goes bump in the night. I know now as a grown-up that that's going to do diddly squat. Can't watch things too late, otherwise you might get a bit scared. But I kind of got out of the habit. I got out of the habit of watching the videos, and just last couple of nights, I've been kind of like just been watching them, getting back into watching them again, and I need to find some good ones. I've also seen some absolutely horrific ones. When I say spooky videos, I also kind of mean like true crime stuff as well. The true crime stuff was a bit heavy. I was like, oh my god, I didn't realize true crime got this heavy, but there was some heavy true crime, which I was kind of like, geez, that's more than I was anticipating. But yeah, like the spooky stuff. Unfortunately, the spooky stuff that I've seen in the last couple of days hasn't been like of the quality or caliber that I expect. I think I need to go back, and I'll tell you what I do need to do. I need to go and check in and see how much new content. There's a channel called Mr. Ballin, and he like gathers a lot of these stories together, and I used to watch lots of his stuff, and I've not watched any of it for ages. I need to go back and see how much content he's got. Though at one point he was looking at going behind a paywall, so there might be nothing. There might be nothing for me to watch, because he might be behind a paywall now. But yeah, I just haven't watched like, you know, like when I say spooky, I'm talking about, you know, like supernaturally stuff and like cryptid stuff. You know, and like people are like, hey, I'm out in the forest, and for some reason there's the sound of someone calling for help, but there's clearly no one here. What the fuck's going on? Like that kind of thing. I love that. I love it. I love it. I to a degree, I don't really care whether it's real or not. I just think they're entertaining because they really play into that
they play into that fear we have of like when you're out in the middle of nowhere. Like, you know, we'll go out in the middle of nowhere because we want to be away from civilization, but because we're away from civilization, if something's going wrong, all of a sudden you're like, I'm very aware that I'm not near another human being. Yeah. So if anyone watches that stuff and has got any good recommendations, by all means tell me. I kind of go through phases. Like I watch quite a lot of. I kind of wonder, you know, what I did with all the time that, like, what all the things that I used to watch, based on how much Twitch I watch now. Like, what was the stuff that I filled all my time with pre Twitch? Also, for anyone who's potentially come back, if you're there thinking, was there a vote for whether we're going to do more gaming or carry on with artwork? I said, so I'll throw out the shout again in case anyone's come back in the interim. Shout up if you've come back from lunch, because I will still do a vote. I just didn't see a point in doing a vote if no one was here. So I've not done a vote yet. I figured I'd wait until people were back from wherever they may have been. So if you are back, shout up, and then, you know, if there's like five people or something, I'll do a vote. But if there's 2 people, you're just gonna have to put it without one. Obviously, I appreciate that Max is there. I see Max. I see you, Max. I see Lord Ilston, but I already know what Lord Ilston's gonna vote for, unless in some weird twist. Lord Ilston's like, hey, I'm going to drop you bits for the art, but I really want you to do Star Trooper. That would be very confusing. You wonder what you did with all your free time before kids came on. That's fair. That's fair. In a thigh pea pouch at 75. Sure. Do you know what? Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Why not? Right. Being that there's not too many people here, if you can hear me right now, and there's not too many people here, just say in chat. Just say in chat what you'd rather carry on with. I already know Lord Elston wants artwork, but he has free will. If he wishes to change his mind, he can change his mind. But if you want artwork or Star Trucker, just say in chat now. I don't really need to set up a poll, do there? There's not loads of people here. Yana's gone for art. Yana's on the artings. Lord Elston's not particularly voting for art, but is diverting excess fluid to the lower back sweat receptacle. I think that means art. I think we might have a slight communication failure, and if we do, I'm sorry, but I'm taking that as an art. Yeah, that'll be alright. That'll be alright. I thought I did that on the wrong layer then, but it should be fine. Cool. Alright. Well, we'll carry on with art. Obviously, if my hand goes a bit wibbly wobbly, we might need to stop. But as long as the hand holds up, I will continue. We'll just we might just have to have a bit of just chatting breaks every now and then. But I'm sure we can get away with that. I think we've done. I think we're competent enough to chat. Now, something I kind of want to do, but I'm not. I could probably do with tidying up a little bit of this. Some of these pipes on the side, they don't really feel like they cover the metal very well. So let's try and just grab that and just bring that out a bit better. Just make it look a little bit more on point. Let's see. We're gonna go to another one of their. Let's see what they've got here. Let's see what this is like. The chilling feeling when someone says you're not saying much. Oh, are you on a conference call? All of a sudden he's just there going, yeah, yep, I agree. I agree with all the words that were said. But we just said that we were going to destroy the world. Yeah, apparently I agree with that. Yeah. I've kind of not detailed in the elbow pads that I'd sketched. I should address that. I should address it. What was I going to do? Oh yes, that's what I was going to do. That's why I was here. I was like, just a little bit of extra darkness. Not loads. Just to kind of just, you know, accentuate a few corners. Not much more than that. I just want to accentuate that these pipes aren't part of the bit underneath them. So give them a bit more shadow to try and lift them a bit. That's the goal. I don't know if that's really worked. Maybe there's not enough highlight. I might need to do some more highlight instead. Anyway. One thing I did realise, that was something I was thinking about yesterday, was I might have to try and get some face in here. And the reason why I want to get some face into this thing is because I want the blue eyes. I want the blue eyes. I realised while goggles are cool, you know, I think goggles are cool, and I think goggles make a lot of sense. You know, you're in a desert which has got really high winds, you're probably going to want some goggles. While I think goggles make sense and I like the idea of them, I have realised in my brain that means we won't see the eyes, which means I can't really show the spice. I want to show spice, you know what I'm saying? We've got to have some spice. So I'm thinking, and I was thinking about this earlier on, I can't believe I've completely forgot to mention this. I've been thinking about this last night. I'm gonna need to do the face to some degree. Need the blues. We need the blue. The blue needs to be here. Yes, it does. Place goggles, rakish perked on the head. I could do goggles over the top. Yeah. The only problem I'm thinking of with that is if I do that, I don't know if I'll have to adjust the cloak and the wrap around the head. I don't know how much I'll have to change that if I was to put goggles on the head, but yeah, I could try and do that. In fact, maybe what I should do is do that now before I get too much further into doing the cloak, so that if I do need to adjust the top of the cloak, it's not undoing too much work. And for anyone who's going, you're working on the cloak now, I'm like, yes, but this is the bottom of the cloak. I'm talking about the top of the cloak. You know, it's fun. It's fun. So yeah, I could maybe get some... but then they would be outside, which wouldn't really make a lot of sense. I feel like I feel like them being outside, you know, because the only real way I could kind of have them askew, unless they were, so I would have to adjust the cloak a bit, but if I had them, say if I had them, let's get this on top. If I had them, say, coming out here, So we would lose some of the fabric textures going on, but it wouldn't be too much, would it? So yeah, if I had them kind of down in front, then I still get, I don't know how I feel about those. I don't know how I feel about that positioning. I don't know what kind of a, don't necessarily know what kind of a tint I would put on them. A little bit, only 1 hour left for the raid array to finish up for the, when there will be near a 25-hour run. Wait, what are you playing? I'm presuming you're playing a game and you're not actually just about to go and raid someone in real life, but I've got no idea what you're playing. Raid away. Oh, you mean a raid array? Sorry, right. Sorry. You're talking about it from a hardware point of view, right? This is the problem with being in an area that has terms that, depending on which part of the area you're talking about, mean very different things. Right, okay. I got you. I'm with you now. I'm with you. I don't even know if this is what I want. I don't even know if I want these goggles. I'm just doing these goggles right now to see how they end up looking. I think the problem I see with these right now is I think they feel like they're a bit too far forward. I think that's the issue I see at the moment with them. So yeah, I could have the goggles down like that, and that would certainly allow for showing them while also having the goggles. And this is on me. This is because this is where I've placed them. I don't know if I like where I've put them, because I'm kind of like, how are they so far forward without falling off? Bella Dustin, you always wear sunglasses on top of your head. It means you have to squint in bright sunlight, but you look cool. Yeah. You know you're meant to wear those on your face. No. If I wear them on my face, I won't be able to see how everyone looks at me approvingly for having really cool sunglasses. No. These need to go on top of my head, because that's where Tom Cruise would wear them, and therefore that's where I have to wear them. For a very quick thing, I don't think those look too bad as goggles. I don't think those are too shabby as goggles for a quick idea. I might leave them there for now, and over time I might see how I feel about them. We might keep them, we might not. Though leaving them there does mean I can't do the cloaky hood bit underneath them, which is a slight issue. I'll just have to go back to the tactical rock. And does the face get eyes? So that's what I was saying, Yana. It's kind of like what I realized was I was originally going to put goggles on the face. My plan was to put goggles on the face, but I don't want to do the blue eyes. I want to do the blue eyes from consuming spice. So I'd have to put the face in if I'm going to do that. So yeah, I'll have to figure that out. Yeah. The other bit I kind of want to figure out as well is if I'm going to have if I bring I appreciate this character is meant to be me, but I think we're just going to have to accept that we're probably not going to see a beard on it, because the beard's just going to be, tucked away at best behind the cloak. You could let one eye peek out and hint at the second one. Well, I mean, with the way I've got this cloak coming down, we wouldn't really see the eye. Like, the only eye we're going to see, the only eye we'll see at best is going to be there. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to need a skin tone, which is going to be great for me. It's going to be great for me. I'm going to need a skin tone. God, I might just grab a skin tone off the internet. In fact, I won't even do that. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go, let's look this way. Let's look this way. Let's look this way. Oh. There we go. There we go. We're going to grab my face. We're going to grab my face. We're going to go whoop, whoop, somewhere. Oh, look, it's on the crotch. Look, there we go. Crotch zoom again. Crotch zoom just for Dan. Crotch zoom. Now, I did not deliberately place it there. That's just where the PC wanted to put it. So, we're going to fit me in there. I come back to crotch zoom. Max, this is not... this is not my fault. This is not my fault. Stop it. Oh dear. Sorry, I just slurped then. That was... Apologies. So look at that. Look at that beautiful complexion. Beautiful complexion. Who couldn't? That is a face only a mother could love. It really is. So what we're going to do is for the sake of speed, I might cheat a bit. Just because I don't want to get distracted by this. If this was my head, I'd be about there. That's getting a bit too big, isn't it? It's getting a bit too big. So my eye would be about there. All right. So we know the eye's there. So let's just... We know the cheek. For the sake of speed, this colour. Look, remember, this is the colour. This is the colour I took from the picture. You can't shout at me for getting it wrong. I mean, you can. You can. But in fact, tell you what, let's just briefly let's put that there. And let's grab okay, that's the skin tones we're working with. Alright. That's skin tones we're working with. And then we're just gonna briefly just so I need a blue, right? I need a blue. So the eye would be about there. There we go. There we go. And then I'm gonna hide that away. Apparently that's a skin tone. It's very strange. Looks very, very strange. Where did I give me that? Come back here. You. No, wrong thing. Nope. Stop it. Stop it. I'm gonna put myself over there. And then just so I can keep it on the same screen. That's just now remember, we're not doing beard. No beard. The beard is under all this stuff. We're not gonna see it. I'll keep it there just so you know, people know that it exists, but let's just cut that back a bit. There you go, beautiful. Look at that beard. Wee. Alright. So imagine that's my face. Look, it's nailed it. Nailed it. It's exactly the same. Look, we could do it like that. We'll keep that. We'll keep that as just a separate thing. We'll just put that face over the top every now and then. Now what I do want to do is smooth that in a bit. feel like this is a bit too I feel like this seems maybe a bit too pink, maybe too light red. I feel like I want to be over. I feel like I want to be more over. See, originally I was going to go more over here. I don't know if that's right then. So I'll put it on another layer before I do it. But I feel like I wanted to go more over here in the colour palette. And to be fair, based on how I normally am in the sun, I'm probably on June, I'd probably be suffering from massive sunburn. I don't know if that looks better. I don't know if that looks better or worse. It doesn't help that there's no eyebrows going on. Let's go. Let's have a look. How do we feel about my very fetching eyebrows? What chicken are you having, Max? What chicken? Is it just roast chicken? Is it southern fried chicken? Is it, just to annoy him, is it chicken carbonara? Because that's what you can get in Tesco's. Just raided the fridge for some lunch. This is a non-hardware raid, but more the violent type of raids, but without weapons, and the victims were food. Understood. I'm following. Yep. How are we feeling about that skin, guys? We all know that I can't see skin properly. How are we feeling about that skin? And like I tried to take the colours from the picture. So I don't know. It looks green. How the fuck did I get green? It looks green. I don't even know how we achieved green. If it genuinely looks green, I don't know how we did that, because I took things from here. You look a bit pale. Are you sure you're eating properly, getting enough sleep? Lord Elston, this is not helpful. This is not helpful, Lord Elston. It looks green. Hold on. Hold on. Let's go to my backup. Let's go to my backup. Wait, where are you? Oh, where's that not working? Wait. Oh, that probably doesn't work, does it? Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Let's put that over there. Put that in there. Colour picker. Colour picker. Okay. Colour picker tells me tan. Tan seems to be in the right area. I don't know where. I don't know. I need more people to comment properly. Because everything on my PC is telling me it's the right colour. I'm not 100% sure. And while we're having that conversation, I'm going to carry on with the eye. Pale tan. Okay. Because you're right at the top. If I get rid of you... Oh, it is. Oh, that's weird.
and the battlements repelled the invaders.
Holy moly. Holy moly, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in to the Raiders. Helen, hello. How you doing? How's it going? Thank you very much for raiding in today, Hermit. Hello, Hermit. How's it going? Hello to you all. I don't think, do you know what? I don't know they've got any staff here right now. I've got no staff, so I have to do this stuff myself. Right.
A new challenger has entered the arena.
Yeah, there we go.
Hermit Savant just followed.
Bosh, chat. Wherever chat is. Oh god, there's no chat on this screen. There's no point me pointing over there. Makes no difference to you guys, does it? How was Blueprints? Sorotanity. I'm just going to say it really quickly, and then if I said it wrong, no one knows. Your kind invaders, fantastic. And Helen, you got a big raid, so showing the love. Well, thank you very much for sharing the love here. Thank you very much. How's it going? I've only seen one person stream that so far, so I don't really know. I don't know loads about it, but it looks a funky one. If you enjoy the world of puzzles, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you very kindly. I think I'm supposed to do all the professional stuff now, aren't I? I'm supposed to do all like the professional streamer bits. So I suppose I should probably do a bit of talking, shouldn't I? Which is good, because that's what I do technically for a living. We were actually chatting today, so you only got through 2 days. Fair enough, chatting's good. Hello. Hi. I am Bearded Squire. I am a variety streamer. I split my time between doing artwork and gaming. When I do artwork, I suppose that's probably the easiest thing to say. I do that when I do artwork. I do a variety of artwork. I do science fiction, I do fantasy. Sometimes we draw little forest gnomes. Sometimes we draw giant mechs with giant guns. And sometimes we draw guys on Arrakis. And that's what we're doing right now. When we're not doing artwork, we are doing gaming, where we do a lot of like survival crafters and all that kind of stuff. And city builders, we love a bit of a city builder, and sometimes automation and other things in between. So yeah, that's what we do here. But you know, hi, thanks. I'm really good at the script I have for when people rate in. So yes, thank you again, and thank you for sharing the love. Always a joy when the love is shared. This explains the worm. Yes, this is the highly. I hope you appreciate the detail that has gone into this worm so far. Like, I think it's like watching a movie with the detail that's gone into the worm so far. So yeah, we've got obviously dude in the center, we've got the worm over here, we've got a base over here, and while it's mostly disappeared now, we're just about sorting out a tactical rock as well, because you have to have a tactical rock when you're trying to do like a stoic heroic pose. There must be a tactical rock. So yes, that is I mean, the worm's finished. I'm not going to do anything more with it. It's all good. But yeah, at the moment I'm just kind of I'm doing this bit, taking time, but I feel like it's worth it. I'm having a joy putting this all together. But yeah. Helen, you get thrown equally by raids. You go, new people, what to do, what to say. Yeah. When I'm like doing when I'm like trying to do the bit where you have to do the bit where you talk to the people who've come in with the raid, sometimes I'm like, they're going, it feels really rude just to talk about myself. It's like, just as soon as you arrive, it's like, oh yeah, I'm now going to talk about myself for the next few minutes and explain to you what I do in my life. But I suppose that's kind of what you're meant to do. But yeah. Anyway, so this is what we're doing at the moment. We might be moving on to some gaming this afternoon, possibly. It depends how much my hand holds up. That's kind of the defining feature of my art streams at the moment, is how long can my hand hold up before I need to stop using it. So there you go. Helen, you try not to look at the number as the bigger. It's more the brain you. Yeah. The number doesn't throw me off too much. The size of the raid doesn't throw me off too much. Kind of like we get raids of all sizes here, and they are all super appreciated. So yeah, I don't mind too much about the. I don't mind too much about the size of the raids. It's more just, am I giving you information that you care about? That's kind of my main bit. So yeah. On Twitch, bigger numbers means more lurkers. It does, yes, it definitely does. More lurkers, more joy, because we love lurkers. We're a fan of lurkers here. But understand, if you are going to be a lurker here, every now and then you will have to listen to me just waffle on. And I can't really tell you what I'm going to waffle on about, because I don't generally tend to plan it. So it could be anything. So yeah, I suppose I could probably explain more about what I'm actually doing here, couldn't I? Give a bit more detail of this picture, unless anyone's got any questions. If anyone's got any questions or topics, as long as they're safe for Twitch, throw them in. Otherwise, I'll explain more about this delightful picture. What do peeps call me? Oh my god, so many things. Are we talking about in polite company or when they're angry with me? Honestly, you get whatever you want. If you want to call me Bearded, a lot of people call me Bearded. A whole bunch of people call me Squire. Go with whatever you want. Yeah, don't mind. Either way, it's all good. BS. I mean, you can go with BS. That was one of the things that I learned very early in streaming, was people going, "Oh, your initials are BS." And to be honest, the amount of stuff that I waffle about, it's probably pretty accurate. So, yeah, that works too. But yeah, so just as a very quick rundown for those lurking who don't want to talk, which is a 1,000,000% okay, but you might want to know a bit more about what's going on screen. There is a new Dune game coming out. At the beginning of June. So we will be playing Dune in June. And I decided that I would do an arty piece for that game, and I potentially will also use it as a YouTube thumbnail. But I have to get it finished first. So I probably should have started it earlier than I have, but this week's been good. Been making good progress on this week. I feel productive. I feel like things are happening, so that's nice. So this is essentially meant to be my character on Arrakis, and I'm potentially going to be doing a co-op stream with another delightful streamer, and what I will do is I will put in a second character for our co-op streams. Helen, you need to dash. Indeed, you go do what you got to do. Thank you again for the raid. Much appreciado. Thank you kindly. Are you more bearded or squire? That is a deep philosophical question which has been asked many times on this channel. I don't think we know. I don't think we've ever come to a proper conclusion as to whether I am more beard than man. But yeah, as I say, a lot of people call me bearded, a lot of people call me squire. I kind of respond to both. I obviously, you could see I have a beard. This is my beard. I've not stolen it from anyone. It's attached to me. It's completely attached. I could use it as pencil case if I want to. You know, keep the hands free. But also in real life, people call me squire, so that's fine too. And also, every now and then, I will completely phase out of talking. And it's not because it's not you, it's me. It's just because every now and then I'll look at something and I'll go, oh, I need to do that before I forget it. And there is a solid chance I'll forget it. So if I ever phase out of talking, it's not because I've stopped talking. It's just because I've seen something that I want to get done. That's another heads up. It's another one. Helen, you'll see later again. Children willing. That's cool. You go and look after the little ones. This is the way of an artist. Never apologize for phasing out or getting in the zone. Well, yes and no. Yeah, it is a thing. It is a thing of phasing in and out. I've also realised we've just gone straight into ads, haven't we? And I'm trying to talk. Here's me trying to talk and people are stuck in adverts. That's no use, is it? Also, please don't be alarmed. Oh wait, hang on, we're still at adverts. I'll reply to that in a second. I'll tell you what, I'll do the thing that I'm supposed to do. Let's do that. Then everyone knows what's going on. That's out the way. That's out the way. There we go. Now we know the ads are all done. You follow on the PC too. You have 2 accounts. Well, I'm not going to say no to an
New
additional
challenger
follow.
has entered the arena.
Hermit Savant just followed.
Thank you very kindly. Thank you very kindly for the second follow. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. So at the moment, this is the plan for potentially the rest of the day. We'll just see how my hand keeps up, and if not, we're going to be switching to. We'll be doing some Star Trucker if we do move away from art. But as I've said to the regulars here, I kind of, while I've got like super motivation to work on this, I kind of just want to pile into it. So that's why I'm trying to crack on with this. I don't normally do artwork on a Friday. On a Friday, I usually do just a full day of gaming, but this has got a little bit. I mean, it's self-imposed. It's self-imposed, but this has got a little bit of a deadline. What colour did I apparently manage to grab then? How did I grab that? You. Need to figure out what I'm doing with this glove. This glove's still a bit messy. I need to come and tidy that up at some point. I just need to not get distracted. I'm distracting myself about the glove. I don't need to do the glove yet. We can come back to the glove. The glove is a problem for another day right now. Metal was on this layer. maybe. You love the vibe. Well, if the vibe works for you, the vibe works for you. You must go where the vibe takes you. Yeah, the art streams tend to be a little bit quieter, I think, than the gaming streams, vibe-wise, but that's usually because I'm phasing in and out. Try and get some detail around them. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Want... A little bit of a border there. It's a bit weird trying to get it to stay out, but this bit's kind of all in shadow, so I can't put much in the way of highlights on it. I'm just going to have to emphasize the shadow going on. And let's do... And it's a bit more obvious that it's there, but I could do with tightening up. Tightening up that bit, make it a bit narrower. Don't want it, because it's meant to be, obviously it's meant to be more shadow, not thick line. Although I say that, I was meant to put more shadow under here anyway, because it's all inside underneath the cloak. I'll probably need to change that anyway. Lurkings, enjoy your lurkings. Enjoy. Line. Definite line there. This is a bit thick. Let's thin this down a bit. Because I want to have a little bit of a lip, kind of to show, like on the suits in the movie. On the suits in the movie, they have like a little bit of extra kind of like stitching, kind of showing, I presume, kind of showing like where it's been like reinforced a bit, because you definitely don't want your still suit ripping, do you? So they have a little bit, just a little bit showing where it kind of tucks in. So I'm going to do that. It's like the sci-fi equivalent of stitching. If this was fantasy, I'd be putting stitches everywhere. But right now, we're just going to do that. And hope for the best. I need to bring that in a bit. That needs to come in. I think I'd like to work on this sword in the very near future. I think that would please me to get this sword nailed down. But I should focus on finishing the suit. Focus on finishing all the bits. Yana, a streamer you watched got to the credits in Blueprints after 28 days. Same day as your bro. Oh, that's cool. Is there a record? Does it work like that? Is there like a record for how quickly someone's finished it? I've only watched well, I've only really properly watched, like, I can't even say properly, like, I've watched Pirate Software play it. I've kind of seen a couple of other people that I follow play it too, but I've not really watched them in much detail. But it's like, it's a roguelite, isn't it? So like, you're meant to do multiple runs. Really torn. I'm torn on making the inside of the cloak darker, but I'm also kind of conscious that it's probably it's gonna, like, with how bright Arrakis is meant to be, I feel like some light would come through it, so it wouldn't actually be like it. You probably see some of the light coming through. Wonder if I could get away. Might try and keep the goggles. Might keep the goggles. Think it kind of makes sense. So it just means I need to try and adjust this a little bit. I don't really want to have to redraw the whole thing because that would be a pain in the derriere. And I'd rather not do that. So we're going to try and finish this off without doing that. That's the plan. Where did I put? The words I was about to say out loud are completely irrelevant to about what I was about to do. Oh dear. I would like. That's in. Is that what I'm thinking of? No. No. That was the playlist we listened to this morning. I went, nah, I don't want to listen to that no more. Something else. So I'm looking for some new music. I'm thinking. Interesting. I think that playlist that I was listening to a while ago that had Gunship in it, and it had Fury Weekend. It had Fury Weekend and Gunship in it. And I was like, this is amazing. I can't believe these are actually DMCA free, but I'm a little bit curious. I sent a message to them ages ago, kind of going, "Is your music DMCA free?" Not like naming the playlist or anything. I was like, I'm just curious if that's the case or not. I've just found that playlist, and neither of them are in it anymore. So I think that's the answer. I think that's the answer to whether they were DMCA free or not. Which makes me a little sad, because I really enjoy that music and would like to listen to it all of the time. It's one of those things, you know. It's one of those things that is really tricky. It's like, you know, I've got like someone putting together a list, say this music's all DMCA free, and I've wondered in the past. I've wondered in the past with some of the music on Spotify. I'm like, I wonder if people would do that to catch people out. You know, because, you know, like, it's like you hear about like the third-party companies going after channels saying, "Hey, you're playing copyrighted stuff. Give us all of your money." I wonder whether people set up playlists, and then they come along and go, "Haha, you were playing this music," to which the person would be like, "Oh, but it said it was DMCA free." And then the copyright people go, "I don't care." Quackity quack quack. Quackity quack. Hello, Mextron. Wait, Mextron, have you just like had an hour's sleep? Please tell me you've had some sleep. Please have some sleep. Do you require me to sing you a lullaby? Wait, no, I shouldn't start off. People are going to start asking me to sing them lullabies. I retract that statement immediately. I'm not singing people lullabies, except for maybe enough bits, but just no. Clipped. How many bits to sing you a lullaby? Oh, bloody hell. What would... No. I'll have a think, and I'll come back to you in the future. Tries to hope that everyone will forget about such a thing. And I've sung people happy birthday before. So I suppose singing a lullaby is not that far off, is it? I don't think I'd want to get That's not what I'd want to be known for on the internet. What do you do? Well, people give me bits, and then I sing lullabies to them. What? Children? No. Nope. Nope, because that would be even weirder. That would be even weirder. The singing beard. Yeah, I might set up another channel if we were to have the singing beard. Just so when all the copyright claims come in, they go to that one and not this one. I used to be terrible for singing. When I used to be in the office, I used to be terrible for singing. Because I'd just get into my... Because where I used to work, I used to be based in Manchester. And I used to work... My reporting line was in London. And so I had a desk in Manchester because... It was the whole thing of, like, people in Manchester are cheaper than people in London, and the work I did could be done in Manchester, so pay someone less money. Which is fine, because I'm the one who got that money, and for Manchester it was good money. But anyway, so I was in Manchester, but what it meant was I often didn't have to I could not interact with people in Manchester for days. If I didn't want to, that would be quite easy. But what it did mean was that I'd often be sat at my desk. And so, much like with streaming, I'd kind of get into the flow. I'd get into the flow of whatever I was doing. And I have a terrible habit of, if I'm in the flow of something, singing to myself. Yeah, it's just my brain. Just the way my brain works. And just, fortunately for a lot of my time, the person who I was sat opposite was like, no, it's fine, I don't mind you singing, but you do it all the time. And I have to stop myself doing it on stream. I really do, because the worst bit is even though we've got this music playing, this is not the music I would sing to. I'd just find another tune to sing to. So for this wrist, I think I know what I want to do. I think I will know what I want to do, so I'm going to try and do it now. Actually, let's use that. I just had a thought that but obviously we're all here right now. We know the conversation that we've just had. But can you imagine what someone would think if they're just kind of like, oh, I'll tell you what, let's load up this stream. Click, and just as it loads up, there's me singing a lullaby. They're just like, what the fuck have we come into? Some creepy stuff. Why did you quit Twitch? Well, I was looking around Twitch and I came upon like a big, like just a bearded guy who was just like singing lullabies. It was a bit creepy. I kind of got freaked out, so I decided that's when I had to quit Twitch. Did you ask him why he was singing lullabies? Nope. I don't think I want to know.
Then my family finds out. Friends who've known me for years. I've got terror. God, did you hear what Toby does? Did you hear what Toby does on the internet? One of the guys is just there going, oh God, don't tell me he's got an OnlyFans. No, he's not done that. He's like, oh, right. I was going to say, that'd be a bit weird and terrible. No, he sings. He sings lullabies to people. All of a sudden that person's like, I kind of wish you told me he'd started an OnlyFans. That probably would have been less weird. That is that what I want? I think that's what I want. Or not. That one.
done that thing. Done the thing that I always want to avoid. But I'm fully fledged in it. I'm waist deep in layers right now. I wanted to minimize the amount of layers that were occurring on this screen. But at some point, my brain's just gone, yeah, nah, mate. We're having all of them. We're having all the layers. So, good job, me. Good job. I might try and rectify this at some point. It happens so easily. Because I just choose a few bits. I choose a few bits where I'm like, I'm not sure about that. I'm going to put it on another layer. Like the goggles. The goggles are on their own layer, as an example. But then there's other bits that are on their own layers. I need to go through at some point. Because like at the moment, we're on layer, I think it's layer 50. We're on layer 50, and the only bit we've worked on is this dude. Well, sorry, we've kind of worked on the rocks. The rocks have got some layers going on as well. But predominantly it's the dude. Now, the question that needs to be answered is, what am I going to watch tonight? What am I going to watch? I've still got more Justified to watch. No, I've not finished that, but it is a rewatch. So if there's something better out there, I could do that instead. I need to look if there's been any new releases. And when I say new releases, not like we've never heard of them before, just they're available on the appropriate streaming services. I saw some people talking, I don't think it's been released anywhere, but I saw some people talking about the Dungeons and Dragons movie. I've still not seen that. And I heard it was not terrible, so I do kind of want to watch it at some point. While we're here, what's Netflix got for me? Netflix has got it's got Havoc, which is Tom Hardy. I am a massive fan of Tom Hardy. I think I tried to watch that last week and it didn't really grab me, but I think it was just I wasn't in the right mood for it. What else have they got going on here? Yeah, I'm not. Today's picks. Oh, the Eternaut. Has anyone, or the Eternaut? I don't know if it's the Eternaut or the Eternaut. Has anyone watched that? Or watched any of it? Like, is it good? I might do that. I might do that tonight, though. I don't know if it's in. I don't know if they've got it dubbed or not. And I would probably prefer it to be dubbed. I don't necessarily want to do subs tonight. Could do Fast X. I've not watched a Fast and Furious movie in ages. Watch the latest, whatever the latest one was with Jason Momoa. Which, even though he's in it, I don't anticipate it being a good movie. As much as he entertains me at times. I don't think he's going to be enough to save it. I mean, I think the movie before that, they went into space, didn't they? So this one, surely they've got to go to a different galaxy. Or maybe back in time. Maybe that's how they do it. Maybe they go back in time. What else have we got here? That's kind of it. That's kind of it. Nothing else there is jumping out at me. Amazon. Show me your prime. Show me your prime. Who goes back in time? Oh, I don't know if anyone goes back in time. I'm trying to think where could the next Fast and Furious movie go, being that the last time they took a car into space. What's new? Oh, Conclave. Find it very weird that, like, when did Conclave come out? Because it's like Conclave came out and then the Pope died. Oh, it came out last year. Okay, it came out last year. It's not just people started talking about Conclave again, and I was like, has that been released at the same time that the Pope died? That seems planned. But no, it came out last year, never mind. It's far enough away. I might just finish off Justified. Nothing here is like making me go, hey, I need to watch that. You don't believe you've ever watched The Fast and Furious? If you are a fan of the automobile, the first three, you know, are very car orientated, and it's about street racers being street racers. But once you get past the first three, the street racers start taking on the SAS. Literally, one of the movies is that they fight a guy who's ex-SAS and win. Like, it's not really spoilers because the movies would have ended if they hadn't won. The movies just get more and more ridiculous. The first three, though, if you like cars, the first three I think are very watchable. You're not selling me on it. Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't watch anything beyond the first three. Like, just save yourself the disappointment. But it depends. I mean, if you're not a car person, then yeah, don't even watch the first three. They're not rom-coms, put it that way. They're not rom-coms, they're about family. That's what they're about. I mean, how do you feel about cars? You have a Honda. Well, funnily enough, in the first movie, the other criminals all drive Hondas. So, the first movie might be for you, Lord Ilston. You watch it for the totally unrealistic car scenes. I mean, the thing is, you want to say for the totally unrealistic car scenes, but when you get far enough into the movies, when you're watching Dwayne Johnson change the direction of a torpedo just with sheer strength while riding on ice, it's not even unrealistic car scenes by then, is it? But you're right. You're right, Lord Ilston. They might not be the right movies for you. If you know, you kind of really need to be into like street racing, and in the early days. In the later days, it's just you've got to be into anything. But in the early days, you needed to be in like street racing and pimped out cars. Why I tell you what, Lord Ilston, why don't you watch Justified? I think you would enjoy Justified. I have no basis for that remark, but I really like Justified so much. This is my second time watching the series. It's about a US Marshal, and it's got some good actors in it. And I think you'd enjoy it. How's about that? Have I sold you on that one? That I really went all out on selling you on that one. I used to have motorbikes, but then you had kids. Yeah, I mean, there's wait, are there I can't actually remember if there's motorbikes in Fast and Furious. I don't know if they ever do motorbikes. Oh no, they do. They do motorbikes a little bit, but it's not really the focus. An email. I need to check though. But I don't know if I can tell you what's in this email yet, but we have an email. Let me just read the email, and then I'll see if we can talk about the email. You're allowed to immediately create gameplay coverage. So I think that means we could talk about it. Have I heard of this game before? I don't know. I feel like this game might have come from out of nowhere. Every Day We Fight. Oh, it's on my wish list. It's on my wish list. So I must have heard it. I wonder if it's changed its name. I wonder if this game has changed its name, because That's not ringing a bell with me right now, but it was in my wish list. Every Day We Fight is a... I tell you what, I'll read you the steam. I'll read you the steamy steam. Caught in a time loop, your band of resistance fighters is humanity's last hope. Real-time exploration meets turn-based tactics and roguelite strategy as you learn new abilities, seek out new weapons, and develop new techniques to overcome the mysterious alien threat. Looks like you got a squad. Yeah, it looks like you got a squad, and you're doing squad things fighting aliens. Sounds delightful. Oh wait, do I remember this? I think this was called something else. I think in the past this was called something else. But it kind of looks like it sits in a similar realm to like the more modern XCOMs and Phoenix Point, just looking at the screenshots. Anyway, we've got a key. We've got a key. So should we do that next week? Because in fact, yeah, we'll try and do that next week. Is it early access? Well, depends on your definition, Lord Elston. It will be early access from the point of view of I get to show you it early. However, its release date is the 10th of July. So I'm getting an early look. As to what is released on the 10th of July, I don't have more information. But we can take a goosey at that next week. Someone remind me. Someone remind me that I've been sent a key that we could take a look at. And let's do that. Let's get it done. In fact, Lord Elston, as you are the person talking in chat right now, I need you to put that in your diary, and I need you to remind me next week. It's all on you. It's all on you. So if we forget that, it's all your fault. It's not my fault anymore. I've delegated. You're familiar with delegating. I've delegated that task to you to remind me next week. Ideally before next week, though, so that I install it. Squire, don't forget next week you have a key for the thank you. I'm glad that you look, this is what happens when we work together. This is what happens when we work together. I feel like this is a beautiful partnership that we have achieved. Like, there's nothing we can't do, Lord Elston. We can take over the world now. Congratulations. Congratulations on being part of Team Beard. Well, it's Friday, so before next week works perfectly. It does indeed. It is. It's very true. It is. He has done exactly what I asked him to do. In theory, I should have been a bit more specific, but you know, I take that on board. I take that on board as a learning experience. I still need to work out next week, don't I? I need to work out how much I'm streaming next week, because next week, more specifically next weekend, is the open beta for June. And I'm going to stream a whole bunch of the weekend. Contain yourselves. Contain your excitement. And I don't know whether I should... I don't know if I should be a sensible boy and maybe take some of the week off to account for that, or if I just power through. If I just power through like an absolute champion and just do 7 days of streaming. That sounds pleasant, doesn't it? Who needs breaks? We don't need breaks when it's stream time. Actually, that's not true, is it? Because I wouldn't stream Wednesday. You're off Monday. You're off on bank holiday. Fair dues. Fair dues. I will be here. I will be here. Doing the doing the streams, diligently attempting to get this thing done. Hoping that this is hoping that this is the image that makes me famous. As we do with every piece of art that we create. Is that the piece of art that will make us famous? Who knows? Who knows? Do you know what? It's getting warm. I've just realised now. Am I going delirious? I feel like I've just kind of played back the way I've been talking for the last 5 minutes. Am I losing my mind? Maybe. It's the faster music, boss.
It's a bit intense, isn't it? I might switch. This feels a bit intense for our... Hey, this is Friday Night Chill Out. Sit back, relax. Oh, there's only 5 songs on that. It's going to repeat very quickly. What about you? What are you? What's going on with you? Actually, you know what? You do not say. You do not say the fancy words that I need. Well, actually, you probably will work. There's only 5 songs in here. Come on now. Get your bottom down. Gotta give me more than that. I mean, you don't. You're under absolutely no obligation to give me free music. I'll tell you what. Let's go over to here. And let's do... we haven't done this in a while. So let's do that. Let's do that. See how that works out. I feel like this might not be long enough. I'm not necessarily convinced on the length that I've gone with this. When it's meant to be a swode. Oops. I just realised, why have I never fixed this in the past? All the tunes. Why are all the tunes in this doubled? What's that all about?
And why have I never fixed it? Right, let's fix that now. Oh, god damn it. Come here. Come here, come here. Where's all that? Remove from playlist. There we go. There we go. No more repeating things. Sorted. Sorry about that. Sorry. Please forgive me. Right. Right. Give me that. This side's gonna be in the sun. Might actually do a lot of it lighter, you know. Might even do the majority of the side lighter rather than like the example of the blade is very dark, but the problem with using that in drawing is it does become a little bit. It's a little bit problematic when it comes to the colouring stage. So I might make it a bit lighter, even though that's not entirely movie accurate. For the sake of ease. And that's gonna be I feel like that shadow is probably going to be more than that. I feel like the shadow is going to be up here. Like so. Like that. And then maybe I need to swip. I need to swip these round, apparently. Who needs English? Who needs it? We'll put that back to there. keep this side. We'll do this side like so. It's like the simple thing would be just to use the same color as the suit, but I kind of want it to be obvious that it's not part of the suit. Hence making it a slightly bit of a different grey. So the handle, the hilt, I think the hilt I will keep the same colour as the suit because it's probably wrapped in the same leather. So we'll keep that like that. Time on. Oh, my neck, it's nearly 4 o'clock. Damn. These full art days are not actually too bad if I'm working on something that I can really just lose myself in. It's good. It's good. And the hand's holding up. The hand is holding up, so that's good too. So yeah, so I think we will. I definitely want to do some. I can't do every day as a full art day because I need to stream that game that we've just been sent. And realistically, I should get some more Star Trucker done. Otherwise, we'll never finish, and we need to finish Star Trucker before June actually comes out. We need to get that done. So we'll probably do some more full art sessions next week. But I do need to make sure that we actually get some gaming in. Otherwise, people might start thinking this is an art channel. That would not do. That would not do at all. Mr. Rook. Hello, Mr. Rook. Hello, hello. How you doing? How's it going? Did you have a wonderful day yesterday? Did you achieve all the things you set out to do? Lord Elston, don't forget that game thingy you have for next week. Thank you, Lord Elston. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah. Mr. Rook, we are making progress. We are making progress on the art piece. Art is arting. I'm doing arts. See my arts. Arts are happening. Technically awake, technically alive, not consenting to either. Fair dues. Fair dues. Oh. Hmm. I need the Atreides symbol. Is it? It's not ideal. Not ideal at all. More like that. It's more like that. And then what I potentially want to do now, I've got that in because it's in the shadows. What we do with the shadows? I could do with dulling it down a bit. So let's do that. I might need to adjust the perspective of that slightly. I'll just alter it. Yesterday was successful. Excellent that yesterday was successful. Oh, and I appreciate on the basis that you are awake under protest. I will try and follow up with you in a Discord DM, rather than trying to expect you to remember now. We need to have a catch up this weekend. possibly like jumping on a call because we need to talk about next weekend. Because next weekend is the open beta for June. But I fully appreciate right now is probably more about keeping eyes open than anything else. So I don't expect anything more. Unless well, I mean, it's kind of I'm kind of free either, but as a rough idea, would you be free tonight or would tomorrow be better? And when I say tonight, I mean my tonight. I appreciate your tonight would be me asleep. You should be good right after work. Like the time you normally would start stream. Okay. What am I doing there? Let's put that in. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. I'll tell you what. The blade. The blade is there. The blade can always change. The blade can move. It's a thing that can happen. How much time have we got? And to be fair, I could just carry on till 5 today. I'm not going to be anywhere. So we could carry on with a little bit of a longer stream. Not sure about his mask, you know. Now that I've kind of done his mask, I might try and alter that a bit. I might try and alter the mask. This bit here, I think I want to break up the shape a bit. But that's possibly a problem for another day, not a problem for right now. Before I trash everything. Oh wait, the knee pad. Yeah, the knee pad's meant to be there, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think I'm going to put this in just so it's there. But also conscious of where that shadow is going. So let's bring that into there. Some of this strap's probably going to disappear. I don't entirely know where this strap has come from. It's kind of just organically appeared, and I'm just going to live with it because it's here now. But I don't think I actually drew it in. It's just so, but surely with the bits of shadow I've put in, it's part of the world now. It exists. It exists. We're happy. We love it. Yes. Embrace the change. have jinxed myself. Might have jinxed myself as soon as I said everything's good and we get to the end of the day. All of a sudden my back just went, hey, do you know what? Do you know what's not working right now? You're an old man. You don't need a back. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. Indeed. Indeed. I watched... I didn't get round, mainly because I had other things to do. I tried to watch a little bit of a interview with Jeremy Renner. For anyone who doesn't know who Jeremy Renner is, that's the guy who plays Hawkeye, who, in the Marvel Universe, who had a terrible, as I understand correctly, like, it's kind of amazing that he's actually alive, level of accident, where he got run over by his, like, the only way I think I could describe it is his snow tractor. I can't remember what the actual name for it is. And they are very heavy, and, like, I'd heard that he got run over by it. But in the interview, he basically describes what actually happened to him. I'm not necessarily going to go into details, because I think there's some people here who probably have no interest in hearing those details, but let me just leave it as it was horrific, like what he described happened. And kind of amazing that he's actually alive. But he was talking about, sorry, this is related to that, related to the conversation. He's had to have loads of titanium in his body to actually make him work. And he was, like, told that there was a solid he was told, like, he'd never walk again, kind of thing. And he's actually in a really good state. He's in a really good state, and I've never really seen him outside of a promotional tour before. And it's kind of interesting, like, hearing him talk. Like, he's so positive. He is so unbelievably positive. It's amazing. But yeah, he was talking about that, and, like, just, like, all of his face, he's got loads of titanium in his face, which I was very unaware of. But he was basically describing how if you have, like, titanium, if you have, like, screws and stuff into your bones, I just presumed once screws went into, like, your bones and stuff, like, that was it. They hold them together. Apparently, at some point, he's going to have more surgery, because they will, essentially, the bone will grow and push out. Push out all, like, the screws and all the bits that are in. To which his very positive response was, he's there going, I kind of feel like they would have put a locking nut in there or something. But yeah, so he's got, like, titanium in his face, and he's got titanium in other parts of his body. Like, his legs were completely mangled. That's why they didn't think he would ever walk again, because his legs were just, like, crushed to, like, fragments. But kind of wild that I just had no idea. I had no idea that if you have that kind of surgery, you essentially have to have top-up surgery later in your life. Though he was saying, based on how old he is, there's a chance, like, he might you know, pass away before he has to have that done. But just more than anything, just super interesting, super interesting interview for just how positive that man is, considering what he went through. I mean, he's very, you know, he's very, he's a man of faith, so he kind of like looks at it from that point of view as well. You know, like his faith gets him through. Which, you know, if you've got faith, that's definitely going to be a thing that's going to help you. So good from that point of view that it's helping him through that. But yeah, in fact, I need to go finish that. I need to go finish that interview because I am very intrigued. But yeah, so there was loads of titanium in his face and titanium in his leg, and God, it was... Yeah. Yeah. Hell of a thing to hear described. I kind of want... Originally, I was going to kind of keep some of this stuff a similar colour. I think I'm going to have to change the colour of these bits because I can't do everything I wanted to do. So, like, when I'm looking at the image... When I was looking at the movie pictures, this kind of lining was just like the inside of this light because it's meant to be like leather. And I kind of wanted to keep it the same. But I don't think I can. I think I'm going to have to do it different. Because it's just going to become too much of an issue to try and shade it all. So, or you could just ignore, everything I was just drawing then. Thank you. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, critter. Much appreciated. Want to do it now? Want to do it now? There we go. So it wasn't necessarily the colour I wanted it to be, but I think it'll make the shading process a bit easier. So let's get that in. One thing I have liked about this, and I think one of the things that I do like about this, and it's definitely benefited speeding up how much I've got done today, is the limited... I've talked about this before, having like a limited colour palette. Like just relying purely on shadow and highlights without having to worry about do the colours match has been good. Actually, no. What colour I should do this is this. I should do it this colour. Rather than just picking a random one, let's do the worm colours. Bring that down a bit. I kind of think I prefer that curve. Look at the curve. Let's look at my sketch. I don't know why this is just stopping in the middle of nowhere. Why is that stopping in the middle of nowhere? Don't know. There was a reason when the sketch was there. It'll make sense. For now, it does not make sense. Ours is not a reason why. Or wonder why. Whatever that quote is. Boom, 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 boom. Ours is not to question why. Is that the line? I'll go with that. I'll go with that. Do, 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 do. It's the 4 o'clock mark. Okay. This is not going as well as this did. I'm very pleased with how this looks. Like, I really am. I'm very, very pleased with how all of this went. And then I don't know if this is just a product of me getting to the end of the day. Or what. But this is not going as well. I think this colour is. I think this colour has thrown me off quite significantly. I might have to try and figure out an alternative. I thought it would make sense, but now I see it, I'm kind of like, I don't know why this is here. It will not do. It will not do at all. So I think I want to alter it for something else. I also need to get this knee pad in, because if I don't get this knee pad in, it's gonna not be in the right spot. Oh, there's my Kofi page. I'll show you my wares. Indeed. Indeed. I think I'm supposed to shill that page. Shall I shill that page? Why not? If anyone's been absolutely blown away by the artwork that they've seen today, did you know that you could get commissions from me? I do commissions on occasion. Although if you do ask for a commission, I won't be able to start it until after this one's done. But hey, you can find commission stuff over on that site, unless I've turned it off. Probably should have checked that before I started this monologue. Never mind. Stuff. Whee! It's legend. Legend. If anyone's interested in low energy advertisements, contact Bearded Squire. We bring people to you through apathy. You're having a bit of sorting yourself out, Yana. Enjoy. Enjoy. Maybe. Okay, maybe this was a mistake. I really do feel like this colour is throwing me off in ways that I do not approve of. So maybe if we go with something a bit more, maybe pull it a bit more towards the blue. I pull it more towards the blue. Maybe we can work with this. Or not, because I'm on the wrong thing. I feel like I potentially wanted a lighter blue. But still trying to keep a bit of the grayness. I don't want too blue. Just, I need it to be obviously different to the rest of it. Possibly. How do I feel about that? How do we feel about that? I think that looks suitably different. That might work. That might work. Hello, Bonji. Hello, hello, hello. I think this will work. I think this will do what I want it to do. I think we can work with this. And it'll be alright. And it will be okay. Oh, gotta tell you, the one from another Discord. Just saw someone say, Blueprints is Elden Ring for people who like spreadsheets. I mean, I do like spreadsheets. I am a fan of the spreadsheets. However, I've never played Elden Ring. So I don't know if that comparison is a good one or a bad one. That's brilliant, though. I hope someone actually puts that as a review on Steam. Are Do you want to play? Are you thinking about playing Elden Ring but don't have the time because you're looking at Excel too often? Try Blueprints. Hyperlikes spreadsheets, hyperlikes blueprints, the theory checks out. I don't know if you were here before, Bonge, but Helen brought me a delightful raid. And she had been, indeed, playing Blueprints. I don't know if you came in with that raid, or if you'd come of your own accord. You came in with the rage, you suspect, fair dues. But you were not here, you were at work. Understood. Understood. So, she did confirm that more talking had probably happened than blueprinting. Should probably try and work out where your family is. And if you're supposed to be so... Yeah, you just... Oh, isn't this stream nice? 1 hour later. Hello, Bonge. Why are you not at the family meal? You're in charge of the barbecue. It's clearly the wrong. And clearly snagged the incorrect colour. Let's try that, shall we? Okay. I think that's kind of doing what I wanted it to do. continue. 4:15. Okay. We will probably wrap up in the near future. Or at least we'll switch to a bit of chatting at the end. I might try and do some of this at the weekend, actually. Probably won't do it on stream. I'll probably do it off stream. I want to figure out the rock. The tactical rock at the moment, I don't think is the correct tactical rock. I don't think it's at the right angle. So I might put some time into that this weekend. And then if I can figure out an angle that pleases me, an angle that pleases me with said tactical rock, then we'll decide whether we're going to do the boots as well. But the initial sketch that I did was at an angle where we wouldn't see the feet. So we shall see. We shall see. I also need to kind of make a proper decision on what I'm doing with this cloak. Still torn about how dark I've got the background. I think I might, because it really does pop. The details really do pop a lot. I might try darkening that base colour, because I think it, I feel like it looks better. But I'm also very conscious that he's outside. Yeah. Abby, Hyper, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Max, you're back from a nice walk. Nice. Nice. Today the shorts were necessary. Did you remember to wear the shorts, though, compared to yesterday? Not to imply that you went out without any shorts, but as long as you went out with the shorts today. I don't like this line. I don't like this line I've got going on here. This line is created by you. By you. Why shouldn't I remove it? Get rid of it. Marvelous. Much happier. Much happier. There we go. Okay. Okay. I'm not enjoying doing the legs right now. I don't know how obvious that is, but I'm not enjoying the legs. I kind of want to stop looking at the legs. Part of me is like, I should probably look at the legs next week after a bit of a break. But then I'm also kind of like, should I just focus on getting them done now? So that I don't have to look at them next week. I want to go and do that arm. I want to go do the arm instead. And I don't know if Lord Ilston's here still, but Lord Ilston, I haven't looked at the tactical rock I've done nothing with the tactical rock today. I hope you have taken note. I've taken on board your feedback, and I have stopped working on tactical rock. Actually, let's fill that one in. Let's get rid of that. I would prefer you like that. Yes, yes I would. Yes I would. Boom, 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 boom. Hello, Ambro. Hello, hello. Oh, it is 4:30. It is 4:30. We are very close. We are very, very close. That'll do. That'll do, big. Oh, you got ice cream. I haven't had ice cream in ages. Hmm. In fact, let's grab you. Let us grab you. And let us place. Let us place you. Happy with that. Mm, bring that in a bit. Or not. Apparently not. Apparently I won't bring you in at all. Wait, where the hell are you? You're there. You're very much there. Why are you not doing the thing? What if I do the thing with the thing? What if we do the thing, then we do the thing with the thing and the thing works? Now the thing works, now the other thing works. All the things work. Sorry guys, the things work. Oh wait, no, do you know what? I know why the thing wasn't working. It's because the thing was attached to the other thing. I've realised my error. It's my error. It's not the program's error, it's my error. I forgot the thing was attached to the thing. It's alright though. I've remembered now. I've remembered that the thing was attached to the thing. It's all good. Carry on. A little bit of that. What time are we on? 22. Okay. Right. Oh, that is the incorrect colour that I was trying to apply there. Very much so. So a reminder for next week. Next week, unless I have a moment of madness, next week the schedule should remain as it has for the last few weeks, which is easy to remember. However, contain your excitement. But at the end of next week, there's going to be a lot more of me. There's going to be more of me. Normally, at this time of the week, we'd be going, hey, I'll see you next week. But next week, you're going to see a lot more of me. If you want to. I mean, if you don't want to see more of me, you don't have to. You don't have to. It's complete. I cannot force you to watch this channel. So you don't have to watch me, but there will be the opportunity to watch me. Things you can say as a streamer, but you can't say in public. Because next week is the open beta weekend for Dune. So that's where they're going to be putting out like a 20-ish hour. I think it's the same thing the content creators got to look at last week. I think we're basically going to get just, you know, anyone gets to get their grubby mitts on it next week. So they say there's about 20 hours of content. Now, if there's the opportunity to build, we can make that last longer. We could 100% make that last longer. But the plan next week is most of the streams next week should be absolutely normal and fine, as they always are. But over the weekend, my plan, as long as the content holds out in that beta weekend, is I plan to stream. And so I plan to stream for probably about 5 or 6 hours on the Saturday. I plan to stream for about 5 or 6 hours on the Sunday as well. And maybe, depending how things work out, and this might be where my normal schedule changes a little bit, I might stream in the Friday evening. Don't know. Might do. Depends on what's happening. And if that's the case, then I might do a slightly shorter daytime Friday stream so that we can have a Friday evening stream. So yeah, so if you're absolutely unable to contain yourself and not wait until the week after to see me again, you might be able to see me over the weekend. If you like the idea of watching some Dune content. So yeah, that's a thing. In fact, you might want to watch it anyway, because when the game fully comes out, I'm going to be streaming it anyway. So you might want to watch it just to see if it's something that you would actually want to watch streamed. But who knows? Who knows? So yeah, so next week's stream should be the same. So Monday, artwork in the morning. Might do the same as what we did this week. Just keep doing art until my hands are screaming in pain for me to stop. And then switch over to something else. Yeah. We've also just been given a game. We've been sent a key for a game for next week, which is called Every Day We Fight, which looks to be kind of like an XCOM Phoenix Point type game. Though looking at the people in it look very normal. Like, they don't look like they're space-age people. They kind of look like they're civilians given guns, which, you know, is something you can do with your life if you wish to. So, yeah, we'll try and get that looked at as well before the weekend. So we'll try and look at that on, like, maybe Thursday or Tuesday afternoon. So while we'll do a lot of as much art as possible, there will be an afternoon where we should really take a look at that, because we got sent that today. So I'd like to, that's been sat in my wish list, so it's obviously enticed me at some point in the past. So we'll take a goosey at that. And that'd be great. We had a schedule. Occasionally we have a schedule, and sometimes I try and keep to it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It depends how life's going. And whether I'm slowly losing my mind. All coming together. It's all coming together. Right. Let's put that over there. Let's put that over there. Let's save for the second time today. Playing with fire. Playing with fire. Progress. Progress has been made. I think we started today like that, didn't we? Something like that. And so we've made good progress. Many things have been done. It's been great. Oh, dearie me. Oh, good lord. Good lord, I'm yawny. I'm very, very yawny. What was I gonna say? Gonna say something. Can't remember what I was gonna say. Tell you what, you've all seen that. That's delightful. Now you can't see it. Now you can only see me. Just me and my face. Yeah. So that's all the stuff. That's all the stuff. That's the plan for next week. Cool. Time to wrap up. Time to leave. Time to go and do other things. Thank you everyone for being here today. Thank you to everyone who's been lurking. It's awesome. It's awesome. You know, we've had a nice raid today, which has really helped with the lurk count. Doing art streams, it's like, it really does make a difference. Like having some lurkers going on. I do massively appreciate it. Lord Elston, if you're still here, sponsor if you're here. Thank you very much for the bitties today from you both. Much appreciated. Thanks for the Sado for the gifty sub. Thank you, Sado, for the resubbing as well. That was delightful. All of those things. Yeah, I think it's it. I think it's it. I think we're done. I think I'm getting into the stage where I'll just start waffling. Are there any questions from the class that need answering before we wrap up today? I think we've covered everything, but just in case, because I might have forgotten something. Let's make sure this is actually saved. Close that. Close you. Are you going to close? Are you thinking about closing? You did close. Well done. Well done. Let's get that out of the way. All of you out of the way. Marvellous. Right. Well, all that leaves me with to do and to say, all that leaves me with is, if you have been here all day, a little bit of the day, part of the day, some of the day, whatever, if you've been here today, thank you very much. If you have been talking in chat, thank you even more. I have told you where I shall be. And so until I next see you, until then, goodbye.
Gather round and hear the tale unfold of two young men so strong, so bold. Before the taverns, before the fame, they carved their path, they made their name. In their youth they fought the dead, blades in hand, the streets ran red. Relentless hordes, the night was black, yet side by side they drove them back. Then to the dunes beneath twin suns, where swarms of claws and war begun. Arachnid waves, a ruthless fight, still they stood, proving their might. Back to back, through fire and storm, barley brew brought the swords and sworn. Across the stars, through war and flame, they carved their path, they made their name. Automaton factories where war drums